Welcome back, John. Good, good chat there. We had a nice deep dive into the text. So let's do some of the lesson, I think. We'll look at our quote, a little bit of teaching that leads us nicely into the lesson for today, which is lesson 190, which is about choosing joy instead of pain. So let me share my screen with you. So there we go. All right. So share screen. All right. So you want to read the quote?
Happiness cannot be traveled to, earned, worn, or consumed. Happiness is the spiritual experience of living every moment with love, grace, and gratitude.
A guy called Denis Waitley, American motivational speaker, who's still alive, actually, he's 90.
Okay.
Great reminder of the simple truth. We can only be happy now when happiness is an experience based on living our deepest inner qualities, which come from and are part of perfect love. So he talks about love, grace, and gratitude. First of these qualities is grace, which translated into Course in Miracles and alternative language means an experience of resting in pure being or formless awareness, i.e. a taste of revelation and heaven that is the state of pure formless awareness. So heaven is the complete state of pure formless awareness. Grace is a taste of it. Revelation is a seemingly a more established state of it. Haven't let go of the body completely yet, but in a revelatory state, there's no awareness of the body. You're just in pure formless awareness. Grace seems to be something between this world and revelation. It's not, formally defined, but it's like a taste of pure formless awareness, but there's still the idea that there's perception going on. So grace could be akin to flow. A state of grace is a state of flow. So this is given to us, coming from our source, from heaven, but we experience it as grace in this world, as a state of ease, of grace, of flow. Everything's okay, everything's nice. It's a happy dream. When this grace isn't earned, no action is required from the person experiencing it, because it is everyone's natural state and right. But the caveat is that forgiveness or letting go and miracles or corrections, as we call them in alternative language, of our fundamental beliefs prepare our minds to experience it. So letting go, corrections of our mind is the way to start experiencing more grace in our lives. So grace implies living in a miracle-minded way, translated into an even simpler language, continuously letting go of blocks to your happiness, such as sin, guilt, fear, anger, attack thoughts, and so on, what we've just covered in the diagram, the descent into hold on. So it's a state of continuously letting go of those and allowing joy to arise in and flow through you and direct all your thoughts, words, and actions as a consequence.
Isn't grace also used in the sense of we do all the work we can to reunite with pure formless awareness, but in the end, God extends grace to us to make that final step.
Yeah, it's coming from the level one, from the highest possibility. But it seems the way he's used grace is that it's somewhere in between. So if you look at, in fact, I'll probably have to do it in here. Let's just bring up the Holy Trinity. The grace sits here. You could, I mean, all of these, you could say like enlightenment could also sit here, but grace is more part of a process. These are process words: true perceptions, Christ's vision, miracles, corrections, forgiveness, letting go, flow. It's all the transformation from the ego-based state, really just bound up in time and space and believing it's all real, into a state of mind where you're free of those illusions. So level, Ken Wapnick calls it level 1, which is ultimate reality, and then level 2 is this so-called reality, the illusion, and the bridge between those is what we're most concerned with. The course is teaching us how to bridge the gap between this world and our existing perception of it and heaven, which is completely beyond this world. And so grace brings heaven in, but it brings it in a way that we can still operate in the world and function and perceive. And so it's akin to flow, to miracle mindedness, to corrections. That's why I put it here and not here. You could, at the highest level of grace becomes revelation. But then we have another word for that. You know, a revelation is established in the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Grace is like the way I interpret it anyway, is a glimpse of it. It's an opening into it, but it's not necessarily the full experience of pure formless awareness of perfect love yet. That's my interpretation. So, and that seems to be how he frames it in the course, and why he uses another concept, not just revelation. It's a state of grace. He uses the concept grace to indicate that it's not, you know, not quite the full revelation. Are you in agreement, John?
Yeah, that makes sense, John. Yeah.
I think that, you know, that's the way he's framed it. So it's just where you are in the process, really. That it's all heading to truth, but grace is starting to awaken to the truth, and you're starting to, like, you know, to use an analogy, it's like the door is starting to open to the other dimension, and there's a crack appearing. You go, oh wow, that's amazing, and I feel that I can now perceive the light, and it's shining on me, and wow, it feels, you know, really good. But I'm still aware of what's going on the other side of the door, this side of the door.
Yeah.
A revelation would be I've walked entirely through the door. I'm immersed in the light, and there's no awareness anymore of the other side of the door. That's completely gone from my awareness while I'm in the revelatory state.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of widening the definition for me. I had seen grace as being almost like the final. It's almost like you get to the end of your life, you've done everything you can, and then God does the final bit of just bringing you up.
Yeah. He does use it in that sense. So it's a sense of, okay, I don't have to get here on my own. You know, I do my work, and I work, and I do my forgiveness, my letting go, and then by grace I'm saved. Is that Martin, the passage from the Bible? You know, not by works, but by grace we're saved. That was really seminal in Martin Luther's awakening, because he understood then that it wasn't anything we did. It was actually by the grace of God. It came from this transcendent source, which was completely beyond, you know, your control, and you couldn't earn it. It was just given freely. I think that's really the key understanding of grace. It's given freely, but you must. The caveat to that is that you must be prepared for it. It can only come freely if your mind is open to it.
Yeah.
So there is a degree of, work, spiritual work, is to clear the blocks to grace, to the awareness of love's presence, which is grace, so that it can arise. And the work then becomes the letting go. So at the highest level, grace would be the same as revelation. A state of complete grace would be a revelation, would be heaven, would be nirvana. And if you're established permanently in a state of grace, that would be heaven. But the way he uses that is it's a part of the transition. The same with really a lot of these concepts, total surrender or total at-one-ment or total salvation or enlightenment or awakening is the complete state. It's the end of the road where it's complete, it's done. But they're used mainly in the Course to indicate a process that's underway. He uses salvation as a bridge. It's like, okay, well, you're moving from the one reality to the other.
Yeah.
So I think grace is sort of in the same category. It's a process word, but at its highest level, it becomes the whole thing, as they all do. It's both a means and an end. Okay. So let's go back to that implies living in a miracle-minded way, or translated in simpler language, continuously letting go of blocks to your happiness, such as sin, guilt, fear, and anger. So you allow the joy, which is the grace, to arise in and flow through you, direct all your thoughts, words, and actions. So all we've got to do is, again, focus on the one thing we've got to do, which is let go. This state of mind is what psychologist Csikszentmihalyi called flow state. It's highly prized in fields of endeavor, such as business, art, sport, because it helps the person experiencing it to perform at a very high level. Resulting performance often financially benefits individual organizations and teams. So just another word, state of, and actually we see in sport, if someone's really graceful in their movements, then they have to be in flow. Grace, and we call it grace in movement, comes from a state of grace within. And so this flow is hardly a new concept, although it was the term was only coined about 50 years ago by this chap Csikszentmihalyi. It's actually goes back 2,500 years to Laozi, who really based the Tao Te Ching on this idea of flow. What he called it Wu Wei, which he said was how we experience what he called the Tao, which is ultimate reality, ineffable presence, God, pure formless awareness of perfect love. But it's how the Wu Wei is how we experience it in our human experience. So again, it's part of the intermediary flow of it. So we could put Wu Wei here. Grace, Wu Wei would be in this box, and the Tao would be top level 1, oneness Tao. So you start to see, that this isn't new. These thought systems have been around a long, long time to try and work this out. And actually, they all are really saying the same thing in different ways, just different language, different terminology. But this Holy Trinity idea is actually embedded into Taoism, for instance. They just don't call it the Holy Trinity. It's just called different things. It's called Wu Wei and the Tao. So Wu Wei would be the Holy Spirit, and the Tao would be God. And I'm not sure they had a concept of a true self in Taoism, which is often the missing. But Buddhism doesn't really do it. Although that you have the Buddha nature, there's no self. The concept in Buddhist concept is there's no self. So there's no kind of self to perceive. Yeshua, I think, is the most complete system, because he's saying, well, you've got ultimate reality, but you need a system to get back there. And that system involves a true self that now has true perceptions, which allow you to enter into the state of grace or flow and actually live your life quite happily and functionally while you're here, while you're awakening to the ultimate reality. So the combination of the true self or the Christ and the Holy Spirit then take you back to God. And that's then what the Holy Trinity is for. It's a system to help you awaken from the dream. So there's a video on flow and Wu Wei, if you want to dive into that. You'll see that, these concepts are really, it's all the same. It's just a slightly different language. But Wu Wei is the same as flow, is the same as miracle-mindedness, is the same as the Holy Spirit state of grace. It's just language to point to the same states. Whether you call it grace, you call it miracle-mindedness, you call it flow, you call it Wu Wei, it's really the same state of mind, but it's timeless and universal. It doesn't belong to any particular religion, school of philosophy, or spiritual tradition, but to all of them, just different language. As Yeshua states in the clarification of terms, I'm going to read that quote.
A universal theology is impossible, but a universal experience is not only possible, but necessary.
And so that universal experience of truth is the foundation of the perennial philosophy, which is really what underpins all of these great teachings. They're part of the perennial philosophy. Essentially, what says there is another world, there's another reality beyond this one. That is true reality, and this world is an illusion. This world is not ultimate reality. Aldous Huxley coined the term the perennial philosophy, and he wrote a book. So if you want to dive into that, there's the whole book for you. So we can be deeply grateful for this perennial truth, and we can experience as a flow of happy experiences, which is in the third component of authentic happiness that Waitley lists. Gratitude helps us to truly appreciate these experiences as an extra luster to them. It makes them into experiences of what Yeshua calls joy. So if you go back to his quote, love, grace, and gratitude would bring you into a joyful state. You're flowing with life, there's an underlying love, and you're grateful for it. All of that would bring you into what we could call an experience of joy, which you can experience in the moment. As is, I thought that photo was quite sweet. This old couple dancing in the waves. So that brings us to the lesson for today. Just get a new recording going. Okay, so let's do it in the Word document so we can edit it if necessary. So if you can read that, John, in the original and the alternative, and then paragraph 1.
I choose the joy of God instead of pain. I choose the joy of perfect love instead of pain. Pain is a wrong perspective. When it is experienced in any form, it is a proof of self-deception. It is not a fact at all. There is no form it takes that will not disappear if seen aright.
Oh, you want to do it the alternative?
Pain is a wrong perspective. When it is experienced in any form, it is proof of self-deception. It is not a fact at all. There is no form it takes that will not disappear if perceived correctly. So number 5 in the original, for pain proclaims God cruel. Alternatively, for pain proclaims pure formless awareness of perfect love cruel. How could it be real in any form? It witnesses to God the Father's hatred of his Son, the sinfulness he sees in him, and his insane desire for revenge and death. It witnesses to perfect love the source's hatred of its extension, the sinfulness it perceives in its own extension, and its insane desire for revenge and death.
Okay, so what's he saying on this one?
He's saying pain is an entirely wrong concept, idea. It's when experienced in any form, it is self-delusion. We are kidding ourselves because we are suffering pain inappropriately and unnecessarily, because we are choosing to interpret the situation, a situation, ourselves incorrectly, and that can, and in whatever form that takes. And as such, we are giving proof to the theory that God actually hates us and sees us as sinful.
Yeah. Pain proclaims that punishment is real, doesn't it? Why are you being punished? Why are you experiencing pain if you're not being punished? So pain gives form to the punishment that we think is real and that is deserved for our sin. And we look at our diagram again here. Let's go back to pain proclaims God is cruel. So this concept of a fearful, wrathful, separate, cruel God is perpetuated when we experience pain, because apparently we're being punished now for our imagined sin of destroying this destroying love. Doesn't make any sense, does it, at all? Because if you've really destroyed it, how can it come back and punish you? So you see that the ego system is illogical. So, well, if you really destroyed it, then what are you worried about? Because it's gone. But the ego, doesn't believe it's fully gone. It believes that now it's going to come back and get you. And so it invents this fearful, wrathful, vengeful, cruel God of pain that's seemingly punishing us for our imagined sin of separating from our source and destroying it. An illusion of a God that's based on the idea of condemnation, judgment, pain. And we see that in many of the traditional religions over and over. God is made in our own image. The God of the Old Testament was made in the image of the minds of the people who were consumed by guilt and sin and fear and attack thoughts, and they had to project that onto this cruel God that they saw as outside of them. All of which he's saying is insane. It's insane desire for revenge and death on its own extension. Does that make any sense? Certainly not unconditional love. So again, he's just highlighting the absolute insanity of the system, and that it makes no sense at all. Okay, happy to move to number 2.
Yes. Can such projections be attested to? Can they be anything but wholly false? Pain is but witness to the son's mistakes in what he thinks he is. Alternatively, pain is the only witness to the extension's mistakes in what he thinks it is.
Pain is only the witness.
Yes.
Only the witness.
Pain is only the witness to the extension's mistakes in which.
It's not the only witness, because there are other witnesses as well. There's plenty of witnesses to the death. Is another witness to the extension's mistakes. sickness, death, and so on. I suppose you could say sickness is a form of pain.
Yeah.
Mm.
It is a dream of fierce retaliation for a crime that could not be committed, or attack on what is wholly unassailable. It is a dream of fierce retaliation for a crime that could not be committed, and for attack on what is wholly unassailable. It is a nightmare of abandonment by an eternal love, which could not leave the Son whom it created out of love. It is a nightmare of abandonment by an eternal love that cannot leave the extension whom it extends out of love.
Okay, so summary there, what's he saying?
So he's saying, can such imaginings be justified? Or how could such imaginings be justified? And if anything, they are totally false. Pain can only be the outcome of guilt that we are inflicting on ourselves. And as such, we are dreaming that infliction up as some form of retaliation that we think we have, as some sort of retribution to some sort of crime that we have committed. But this is our imagining. And it's ultimately the nightmare of we think we have been totally abandoned by God or eternal love.
Yeah, witness to the mistakes. So if pain is real, then the ego system is real. Then we did sin. We are going to be punished for our sin. Pain is the punishment for that sin. The fearful, wrathful, cruel God is real. It's going to punish us. And the whole system becomes real. And pain is one of the ego's best witnesses for the reality of its system, thought system. Which is why pain and the ego are never far apart. You seek for pleasure within the ego system, but pain is not far away ever. And we see that, the pleasure seeking. We talked about this last week, I think. If you dedicate your life to seeking pleasure in the body, then pain will be the result. Because pain, then you're buying into the ego system, and pain cannot be removed from that system. As we have experienced ourselves, and we can observe pain and pleasure, well, it's duality. The more you seek pleasure, the more pain there seems to be, so you can't escape it, except by letting it all go, saying the whole system has to go. Pain, pleasure, the duality of it. All I want is pure formless awareness of perfect love that's beyond those dualities. So I collapse the idea of pain or pleasure in my mind, and I go to pure formless awareness of perfect love. So that's my reality. I rest in that, and everything I really want, it's way beyond pleasure. It's just a deep peace. It's a joy. It's bliss at the highest level. It's way beyond pleasure. So yeah, he's just saying don't believe in these projections of pain, because they're just part of the ego's illusion to convince you that the nightmare of abandonment separation, abandonment by your source is real, and pain is the consequence of that. Might be one of the consequences. Okay, number 3.
Pain is a sign illusions reign in place of truth. It demonstrates God is denied, confused with fear, perceived as mad, and seen as traitor to himself. It demonstrates pure formless awareness of perfect love is denied, confused with fear, perceived as mad, and seen as traitor to itself. If God is real, there is no pain. If pain is real, there is no pure formless awareness of perfect love. Oh, hang on. I missed out number 3.
Missed number 3, yeah.
If pure formless awareness of perfect love is real, there is no pain. If pain is real, there is no God. If pain is real, there is no pure formless awareness of perfect love. But vengeance is not part of love. And fear, denying love and using pain to prove that God is dead, has shown that death is victor over life. And fear, denying love and using pain to prove that pure formless awareness of perfect love is dead, has shown that death is victor over life. The body is the Son of God, corruptible in death, as mortal as the Father he has slain. The body is the extension of perfect love, corruptible in death, as mortal as the source it has slain.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
I was saying that pain is proof that illusions are real and that love is dead or mad or a traitor to us. And if there is a God, if there is pure formless awareness of perfect love, there cannot be, within that, there is no pain. Because if pain were real, perfection as such could not exist.
Yeah, exactly. So again, it's a choice. If you want pain, you have to believe in the ego system and in a fearful, wrathful, cruel God. It's apparently punishing you. But all of that is just a denial of the truth. That pure formless awareness of perfect love is still there. Unaffected by all of your illusions of pain. They don't affect it at all. Completely outside of that. So that's why you can transcend all pain. Even severe physical pain. People have experienced it. They transcend the body. They go into this awareness, and in that awareness, they're free of pain. Often people in end of life, near death experiences, they'll go into the state, and there's no pain, and it's such a relief. It's so blissful and joyful. They always say, well, I didn't want to come back. If they do come back, so I didn't really want to come back, because why would I want to come back to a painful body when I can be free in this awareness? Anita Mojani was free floating in this awareness, and her body, although her body was still sick and dying, she didn't experience it when she was in this awareness. And then she just didn't want to come back. So her father convinced her to go back. And she was like, really? Why do I want to go back to this sick, dying body? So her deal was, okay, well, I'll go back, but the body's got to heal. It's got to be a functional body. And so she made that choice at a very high level, this level of awareness. And so it was acted out in the body. She got better. And the product of the thought system that had brought about her illness and all the pain disappeared, because the source, she'd removed the source of her guilt and sin and fear in her mind. In that moment, in her near-death experience, she'd realized that God is only love. She'd had that very powerful experience of this loving awareness, which showed her that her whole system was false. She saw her ego revealed. And so once she'd done that, the healing was inevitable, because she no longer believed in the system. And so its consequences, which was the sickness and the pain of her cancer, were undone in her mind. That's then the source of the miraculous healing. And it's not really miraculous if you understand the metaphysics and how the mind works, that the body was just acting out the mind's awareness. But if you inhabit flatland, like her doctors do, that becomes inexplicable and very threatening to your whole system. The oncologist, interestingly, was adamant that it was the chemo that did it. She's in her end, like her organs are shutting down. She's way beyond chemo. Doctors are saying, look, say your goodbyes. She's gone in the next 24 hours. So you're way beyond chemo. And yet he still claimed that it was the chemo that did it. Isn't that interesting? So that's how the ego defends, because the idea that a miracle of that order is possible threatened his entire thought system. And so you have to cling to what you know, which was the material form of remedy, magic, like the chemo that he claimed worked, but evidently had nothing to do with it to that point. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on number 3?
No, that's good.
Okay, so number 4, peace to such foolishness.
Peace to such peace to such foolishness. I need to stop such foolishness. The time has come to laugh at such insane ideas. There is no need to think of them as savage crimes or secret sins with weighty consequence. Who but a madman could conceive of them as cause of anything? Their witness pain is mad as they, and no more be feared than the insane illusions which it shields and tries to demonstrate must still be true. Their witness pain is as mad as they, and no more to be feared than the insane illusions which it shields and tries to demonstrate must still be true. It encourages us here to stop these foolish ideas of belief in pain and punishment. Let go of those ideas, laugh, find them even amusing as to where they came from, and attach no, because they are not sins. There is no crime to be attached to them, and only a madman would even try of dreaming to do so.
Yeah. So he's telling us, although pain can seem to be so real and really debilitating if it's chronic pain, it's part of the ego's illusion. It's all really nothing. It's part of the dream world, giving form to the punishment that we think we deserve. That's why we experience pain in this world. But if that punishment is not deserved, and we never did anything to deserve punishment, then there's no source of pain. So the pain and the sickness can be let go of because there's no cause for it. And this is the source of healing. But whenever Jesus healed, Yeshua healed, he would say, your sins are forgiven. Because he knew that the cause of the person's suffering was the guilt. sin and the guilt. And so by addressing it at that level and helping them to believe that their sins are forgiven, then on the lower level of pain in the body, then the symptoms of guilt and sin would disappear. Because they believed he was the Messiah, they believed he had the power to do that, the shift in their mindset was so extreme when he said those words that then these extreme physical healings often happen, like lepers getting healed and someone getting up and walking, because they just in that moment dropped the source of the sickness and the pain in their mind based on his words. And that's how he did it. Because it was, stimulating an internal shift in them of huge proportions, to drop that guilt and sin and free the mind into pure formless awareness, then leads to profound physical effects. That's how I think he did it. It wasn't like, oh, I'm hands-on and I'll heal you with my Reiki energy or whatever. I think it was just he stimulated a profound internal change of mind, and then we know, because the mind controls the body, that changes the body's biochemistry and everything that's going on at that level. And then you saw these profound shifts and healings. And because people didn't have the scientific materialist paradigm at that point, didn't exist, they didn't have a whole lot of blocks like we have today. They didn't have a whole lot of doctors telling them that this is not possible. They believed he was the Messiah. They believed God could do anything. And by that belief, as he said to one man, he said, by your faith, you're well. Faith has made you well. I haven't really done anything. You just believed in me. So he became the focal point for a belief in a higher power, which then led to the healing of the pain. Who accept a madman could conceive of him. So he doesn't mince his words. He's just telling us we're completely insane. The idea of pain is an insane idea, even though it's so deeply entrenched in the human psyche. It's insane. Just very deep-seated insanity. But this logic will clear it. This logic applied will help you clear away any reason for pain. Or what the ego is always trying to do is fix the pain on the level of form. So the scientific materialists, as expressed in the medical system, go, okay, well, it's all real, but we'll try and mitigate it. We'll try and ameliorate the pain. We'll come up with treatments that mitigate it, but don't remove it. You're never going to remove the pain. You just manage the pain. And obviously, they charge you ongoing to manage it through whatever, usually a drug or whatever the treatment is. What Yeshua is saying is just remove it entirely, and the pain can be gone. You can have a complete healing, which is, of course, very threatening then to the whole system, because they would be out of business if everyone did that. So you can see why that oncologist was defending his chemo, because it's his entire livelihood's at stake. If Anita Mojani's healing is possible, then anyone could do it in the same way, and the oncologists would be out of business because they couldn't compete with that kind of miraculous healing. Okay, so happy is number 4.
Yeah. It is your thoughts alone that cause you pain. It is my thoughts alone that cause me pain. Nothing external to your mind can hurt or injure you in any way. Nothing external to my mind can hurt or injure me in any way. There is no cause beyond yourself that can reach down and bring oppression. There is no cause beyond myself that can reach down and bring oppression. No one but yourself affects you. No one except myself affects me. There is nothing in the world that has the power to make you ill or sad or weak or frail. There is nothing in the world that has the power to make me ill, sad, weak, or frail. But it is you who have the power to dominate all things you see by merely recognizing what you are. But it is I who have the power to transcend all things I perceive by merely recognizing what I am. As you perceive the harmlessness in them, they will accept your holy will as theirs. As I perceive the harmlessness in them, they will accept my pure formless awareness as theirs. And what was seen as fearful now becomes a source of innocence and holiness. And what I perceived as fearful now becomes a source of innocence and pure formless awareness.
Okay, so what's he saying in that one?
Yeah, it's saying, I find this one interesting actually, because it's saying that, I mean, for an adult, I completely get this. My thoughts alone cause me pain. Nothing external can be doing it. I have elected to bring it to myself.
Okay, why are you saying just for an adult?
Because I'm well, what's the resistance in me is, well, what about kids? You know, 2-year-old gets cancer.
Yeah, but that's all part of the mind. On some level, they chose that. That's not something you want to say to the parents, because they'll freak out, you know. But because we don't like to acknowledge that kind of responsibility. But they came in with a karmic pattern that manifested that, no doubt.
Yeah.
So it's part of the choice to be a separate self. They got sick because they chose to be separate. They chose to incarnate. It's just, you know, remember, it's a level thing. At the level of form, they're a baby, seemingly no choice, and they get cancer at 2. You go, well, that's totally unfair. But it's a setup, because you can't understand it truly by just looking at that level. You've got to go above, and you look at, you know, higher up the diagram, the level of mind, of decision. That child has made a choice to be a separate self again. It has come back into a body in order to enact and embody that separation. And now they're sick as part of the system of the ego, because they have some karmic belief in their guilt, and therefore they need pain to punish them. It's all part of the system. So they are responsible. Although as a 2-year-old, there's probably no way they're going to be able to understand this and change their mind.
No.
They might just die of it. If they survive it, then, you know, that would be probably one of their major life experiences, their life lessons.
Yeah.
Or they die, but then, you know, they don't really die. They just had a body that lasted a couple of years, and then they let go of the body. The mind goes back, and they'll come again because they haven't resolved the issue. They might come again and, you know, have to experience cancer again in another life to really learn the lesson. See, so you've got to look at it from the higher perspective. Always. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. From the lower level of just form, these things don't make sense. And this is why people struggle. They're like, well, why does this happen? It's an innocent child. You know, how can this happen? How can God do this to my child? This is what a lot of mothers would think in that situation. But you got to look at it metaphysically and understand that, you know, God is this God that you thought was God, something outside of you, is not God at all. In fact, you know, your whole thought system is deluded. And so, you know, that child could actually be stimulate the healing of the parents as well. If they start to perceive it correctly, you know, they do this high level understanding and forgiveness, then, you know, they can heal their own minds through perceiving the child's illness correctly.
Yeah, it's helping me understand, actually, even in my own case, when my father died at 48. But what weakened him was he had rheumatic fever when he was 7, and he was in hospital for 6 months, and it left his heart weak. It weakened his heart.
And eventually that killed him.
Yeah. So you can see that, why would that particular 7-year-old contract rheumatic fever in days when it was difficult to deal with it?
Well, because on some level the mind believes in punishment.
Yeah.
And so then that's got to act out in the form of the sickness, pain. These are the best defenses of the ego for its reality. Well, look, you're sick, you're in pain, so this identity must be real. You must be a body. You must be separate from your source. Pain must be real. God is denied, and that's why sickness and pain and suffering and death have always been a part of the human story, and they always will be, because the ego demands them. The thought system demands that those happen over and over and over again. So a very flawed system. So Yeshua is just helping us to see it very clearly and say, I want none of this. This is insane. The whole system's insane. I want pure formless awareness and perfect love, and that's all I want. Because that's the only place I'll ever find safety, the state rather than place, the only state in mind which I'll ever find safety from this insanity is there. So, let me just use my lifetime, whatever experiences I have. If I experience pain, I can still perceive it correctly. So even if I'm dying of cancer and I might have some physical pain, as Ramana Maharshi, Ken Wapnick, a few other course teachers died of cancer, but yet they probably perceived it correctly. If they were applying the teaching, they wouldn't have suffered mentally and emotionally because of it, because they would have just applied this thought system on, well, it's just a body, so it's not really of any significance. It's the body dying, but my mind cannot die. In fact, I'm going home. This is just my exit from the body. I don't know what Ken's attitude was, but I imagine it must have been something like that, because he was very deeply established in the course's teachings.
Yeah.
And Ramana, as you call, he was like, well, why is everyone sad? Why are you sad? I'm not a body. I never was a body. Have you learned nothing from my teachings? But people on a lower level don't. They don't understand. They're still attached to the body of the person and make it important. So it's all, it's bound up with body identity. It's bound up with our ego identity, and that's why healing is seemingly so difficult for many people. It's not actually difficult, but it's so entrenched in our thought system.
Yes,
many people,
it's so entrenched.
It's more fearful to actually go to the light of their true source and let go of their ego than it is to suffer the pain and the sickness. So they'd rather suffer that than have to do the very uncomfortable spiritual work of letting go of the ego and returning their mind to its true state.
Which is
choose the sickness instead.
Which is foolish, even in ego terms, because it's much more joyful to let go of rubbish than suffer ongoing pain. And eventually,
but not in ego terms. The ego would rather that you suffer the ongoing pain and have your special identity intact. That's its insanity. Rather suffer, rather the devil you know than the devil you don't. Remember, it's set up a very fearful perception of God. And so it's like, rather this than that. Whatever you do, don't go to there, because that's the end of me.
Yeah.
And so, some people will, when we see the kind of pain and suffering people put them through, I mean, it's extraordinary. My God, like, like years sometimes, with chronic pain and suffering. Like, why are you doing that to yourself? Because they are terrified and more terrified of going to the light of who they are and letting go of their separate identity. That's more fearful to them than the ongoing misery and suffering of their hellish existence in the ego's world. Which is crazy, it's insane, but this is the hold the ego has on the mind. And it's only with a teaching like this that really deconstructs it, really helps you to see that you're going to be able to deconstruct that. And it still takes a lot of courage. If you're so identified, you're a victim, you've been that way for maybe 10, 20 years, suddenly someone comes along and says, well, this is all illusion. Your entire identity is false. Your entire world is false. It feels like your existence is threatened.
Yeah.
And so they'll then push it away. So no, I'd rather cling to my little hellish existence than actually listen to you and heal my mind and transform. So it takes a willing mind. And I think that's why Yeshua was able to do his healings, because they came and they were willing to listen to him and to heal. In today's world, too often people are not, and they've got so entrenched. This medical system, I mean, it has its place. This is quite good at fixing broken body parts and doing organ replacements and stuff. But from a metaphysical perspective, the magic that it propagates as the answer to our problems is a disaster, because it gets you rooted in your ego identity, and it keeps you away from the true healing, which is in your mind. So it's part of the system of the ego, and therefore it's based on sin and guilt and fear, and there's a lot of that, and attack, and sickness and pain and suffering and death. And it's a sickness system rather than a healing system for that reason. Okay. So where are we? Number 5. Do we read the whole of number 5? I think you did.
Yeah, we went through the whole thing.
Did you summarize it?
No, I didn't.
So want to do that?
Yeah. So it is I actually create my own. There is nothing that actually inflicts it on me other than my own thought, other than my own guilt thoughts and desires to be punished. There's nothing in this world actually that can make me ill, sad, weak, or frail. I can transcend all of these things when I truly get who I am in essence. And when I perceive that essence in those around me, I can see that reinforces my observation that nothing can actually harm me.
Yeah, nothing in the world has the power to make me ill, sad, weak, or frail, because it's all in my mind. The source of my suffering is in my mind. It's just projected outwards, and then I perceive it as coming from external, from the external, via this projection perception mechanism. But the source is always the thought system in my mind. This is what he's trying to teach us. This is the problem. Your decision to be a separate self, your guilt, your sin, your fear of punishment, your belief in pain. These are the problems. And that can only be changed within your own mind. It's an inside job. It can be healed only from within your mind, not outside. Whereas allopathic medicine, as part of the scientific materialist paradigm, has really externalized it mostly. Even, the mind disciplines, so psychiatry, is primarily focused on drugs. So we're talking about then, they're saying the biochemistry is the problem. So let's change the biochemistry of the brain and the body, and then we'll change the person's experience. So it's still, the solution's always focused on the exterior and never on the thought system of the patient, which is the real problem. Which is why it doesn't work very well, because you're not really getting to the root cause of the problem. You're just addressing it on the symptom level. It makes for a good business model because you just keep charging and making a lot of money, but it's not healing. It doesn't really help the person. Okay.
Yeah.
So should move on to number 6. My holy brother.
My holy brother, think of this a while. The world you see does nothing. The world I perceive does nothing. It has no effects at all. It merely represents my thoughts, and it will change entirely as I elect to change my mind and choose the joy of perfect love as what I really want. Yourself is radiant in this holy joy, unchanged, unchanging, and unchangeable forever and forever. My true self is radiant in this holy aware joy, unchanged, unchanging, and unchangeable eternally. And would you deny a little corner of your mind its own inheritance and keep it as a hospital for pain, a sickly place where living things must come at last to die? And do I really want to deny a little corner of my mind its own inheritance and keep it as a hospital for pain, a sickly state where living things must come to die at last?
Mm-hmm. Not a nice picture he paints of the ego, is it?
No.
But he has to do that. He has to tell it for what it is, because otherwise we think it's okay. So although it's not evil, you don't go, oh my God, this is the enemy and I've got to fight it. You have to see that it's completely dysfunctional. It doesn't work. So it's not a system you want in any way, shape, or form. It's just, I think, a more helpful way of looking at it, rather as the enemy, something in opposition. It's just completely chaotic and confused and crazy. It has no idea what it's doing. And that just needs to be let go of gently, rather than fought against. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
you made earlier.
Yeah. I don't know why it's coming to mind, but just down the road from here there's a church, and so there's just next door to it there's an old leper colony, a leper hospital. And because this used to be the busiest port on the East Coast. So there was a lot of people traveling in and out. So leprosy was quite prevalent. And they built this hospital, but actually it was although it was a hospital, it was a church. So the lepers used to look on the church.
Mm.
Seems to be, I don't know whether that seems appropriate.
Mm.
Um,
Interesting. Lynn was talking about the leper colony. She went to she went to Tenerife recently. She said there was a old leper colony she visited, and she felt a real a sense of quite a good feeling. Like they were looked after, they were cared for, and there was quite a lot of love, connection and community. And
right,
they overlooked the ocean. It's nice view. Yeah, interesting. You mentioned it as well.
yeah.
So these historically, we see these these things have been around a long time. Now we don't
Yeah.
have leprosy because they've managed to find a cure for it. But there's disease hasn't gone away. Still plenty of disease and sickness and pain.
Yeah.
And we have a whole system. The medical industry wouldn't exist without sickness and disease and pain. So it's part of the ego's world. The sickness and the pain are seen as real, and then you create a system to deal with it. And so then the sickness and the pain and the suffering become entrenched through the very presence of the system that's there to deal with it. You see how it works?
Yeah.
To confirm that, yes, we need doctors and we need medical industry because you never know, you could get sick, you could suffer, and so there's always that fear. And this thought system that says, if you really let go of the source of all pain, which is the sin and the guilt and the fear and your ego identity, then pain is not possible. Your body has to be healthy and well, because what would cause it to be sick? And you can heal, any yogis and mystics that, there's extraordinary stories of healing. They can heal themselves in like a matter of hours or days.
Yeah.
Very quickly, because they don't have the model that says, well, I need something external to me. They just do it. It's been recorded. Some of them can even regrow limbs. We don't know. It's been verified. But we know that healing can happen much quicker than doctors say it does. It can. So a guy called Dan Brule was a breath master, and went to one of his workshops 10 years ago in South Africa. And he told a story about quite a serious knee injury he had. He was playing soccer, football, and tackle or something, and the knee kind of the whole kneecap got kind of ripped out. The ligaments got ripped, and it was kind of hanging off the side of the knee. So it's quite a serious injury. Normally, that would take months to heal. He went to a doctor, physio, and said, look, you're going to be off for months. You've got to kind of bind it. Of the fields, it was quite a nice day, and looked at the sky, and he breathed, because that was his modality, his breathing. And he just, as the pain came, he just let it go with the breath.
Okay.
And he kept doing that. And the next day he had to give a workshop. So he was like, okay, well, I somehow managed to stand, even though it was painful. But when the pain came, I would just breathe through it. I'd release it. And he said within a week, it was gone, healed. He said he did a hike up quite a steep hill the weekend after he did it. So like 7 days, and it was 100% in a week. Because he didn't buy into the idea of pain. That was the key. He didn't make the pain real. You go to a doctor and they go, oh, okay, it's all real. Okay, this is the timeline. This is what you got to do. And then, of course, the mind accepts that. And yeah, lo and behold, it's going to take you 6 months to recover, because that's what you've been told.
Yeah.
He just didn't believe that. He didn't believe in the reality of pain. He just let it go as it arose. And he was effectively denying it through his breathwork practice. And so he let it go, and so it didn't need to last. It just dissipated. And what was seemingly causing the pain, physical injury, healed because his mind wasn't attached to the pain and the suffering. So that's a good example of how this can play out in practice. If you can, heal yourself much, much quicker than you would otherwise be able to do. He's also super oxygenating his body. So on the biochemical level, there'd be oxygen flooding and all kinds of things would be happening biologically. But the real reason for the healing was because he let go. He didn't hold on to the pain.
Yeah.
In other words, he didn't make it real, which meant that he was denying the ego system. And so the sickness and the pain just didn't really have a place in his reality. So it went very quickly. Okay. So
Yeah.
7.
Yeah. The world may seem to cause me pain, and yet the world as causeless has no power to cause. As an effect, it cannot make effects. As an illusion, it is what you wish. As an illusion, it is what I wish. I think number 3 is interesting, actually. As an effect, it cannot make effects. It is a result, not a cause of events. Yeah. Your idle wishes represent its pains. My idle wishes represent its pains. Your strange desires bring it evil dreams. My strange desires bring it evil dreams. My thoughts of death envelop it in fear, while in my kind letting go does it live. Your thoughts of death envelop it in fear, while in your kind forgiveness does it live.
Idle wishes he's talking about. So my maybe false might be better. False wishes represent its pains. Strange desires bringing evil dreams. So we wish in the ego to try and find some kind of happiness, peace, pleasure, but all of it is false. Idle wishes, false wishes. And that just perpetuates the thought system of pain. That's why I'm saying don't seek pleasure within the ego system, because it's actually asking for pain, because in the long term you're going to get pain from the system. The only way you can live functionally is you let go of the whole system and you allow the Holy Spirit to guide you moment by moment. So you're not attached, you don't have idle wishes or grievances, you don't believe in the ego story. So you're still here, apparently, living in the world in a body, but your thought system is the ego's gone, and the Holy Spirit's is now directing all of your thoughts, words, and actions in a very present, guided way. Okay, well, your purpose is to be completely present, and joy is your purpose. To enjoy the joy moment by moment. That's your purpose here. And so you take your joy with you into all of your life experiences, and your life becomes infused with this joy that you feel within you. And that's the only way out, and the only way of living functionally in this world. Undoing the ego's whole system. And then when the body finally goes, it's a joyful release. You don't believe in death anymore. It's just the body, the vehicle is being let go of. You don't need to be driving the vehicle anymore, because you're ready to be incorporeal. You're ready to go back just into pure mind. So you just drop the body, which is a relief So death doesn't even come into it. Other people think you died, but you didn't really. You just dropped the body and went back to your natural state.
Yeah.
Okay. Just going to change that. Wow. All right. So pain is the thought of evil.
Pain is the thought of evil taking form. Pain is originally, pain is the ransom. No, hang on. Pain is the thought of evil taking form and working havoc in your holy mind. Pain is the thought of evil taking form and working havoc in my innocent mind. Pain is the ransom you have gladly paid not to be free. Pain is the ransom I have gladly paid not to be free. In pain is God denied the Son he loves. In pain, pure formless awareness of perfect love denied the extension it loves. In pain does fear appear to triumph over love, and time replace eternity in heaven. In pain, fear appears to triumph over love, and time replaces eternity and the state of pure formless awareness.
Mm-hmm.
And the world becomes a cruel and bitter place where sorrow rules and little joys give way before the onslaught of the savage pain that waits to end all joy in misery. And the world becomes a cruel and bitter place where sorrow rules and little joys give way before the onslaught of the savage pain that waits to end all joy in misery.
Mm. Not a pretty picture.
No, and it goes back to what we were talking about from those paragraphs in the text where the descent into hell revolves around us trying to project out guilt and then have it come back and bite us in the bum.
Yeah. Oh, we have health in the illusory body that now can suffer. It's quite a system. I mean, when you look at the ego, my God, geez, what a system to have invented, all to be a separate self. So the only point of it is I have my own identity. The entire game shows for that. The body, because it's so deep-seated, and this is all now being embodied, and we now have bodies and we have perception. It takes a lot of mind training to undo it, to really see through the system and see clearly from the perspective of the Holy Spirit always is quite a challenge. But that's why we practice day in and day out. And he's saying that sin and guilt are the cause. Sin, guilt, fear, and these metaphysical false ideas and emotions are the roots of all pain. If you experience physical pain, don't be under the illusion that it's because of whatever the physical condition is. It's because of this thought system that you're experiencing pain. So he's asking us always to go beyond the apparent cause on the level of form to the real cause, because that's where the healing will happen. And the real cause is in the mind as a decision in the mind. So your decision to be a separate self that has caused you all the pain and suffering you've ever experienced. Therefore, you are responsible for it because you decided to be a separate self. But because of that responsibility, you can also decide against it. You see why the responsibility is so important? Because I give myself the power back. Instead of being disempowered, I say, no, I'm empowered because I decided that was a mistake, but I decided to be a separate self. And now I can choose again. I don't have to be a separate self anymore. I can choose to be one self. I can choose pure formless awareness or perfect love instead. That is really the essence of this teaching and every teaching. It's the taking of full responsibility for the dream so that you can change your mind about it. But if you deny responsibility, then you think that you're powerless. You think you're helpless. You see why the ego has put us in this crazy position of thinking that we're helpless, because it means that then there's no way out. We can't change our mind if we're helpless. So its identity of being a victim is a big defense of its thought system. It says you can't change it. You just got to try and make the best of a bad deal. And so you might seek some healing or some pleasure on the level of form, but you can't get out of the whole system and go back home. Doesn't give you that as an option. And so instead, pain, fear, sin, guilt, attack, they all seem to triumph over love. They all seem to be much more powerful, much more dominant in this world than perfect love. And they've covered over this pure formless awareness of perfect love with their insane thoughts and emotions.
Yeah, it's such a good lesson, this one.
Oh, very good. And then what ends up is, we end up in this cruel, bitter place, the victim identity, seeing the world as cruel. We seem to be unfairly treated. We seem to be attacked. We seem to be suffering. Ultimately, we're going to die. This is what the world becomes. A very, narrow, limited self and perception, which is, there's no hope in it. There's depression. And so if people believe that story, you said you got that friend who's chronically depressed. He's believed this story.
Yeah.
And then, there's no hope. Just depressed, and you kind of carry on in this miserable state until eventually you die.
Mm.
And something keeps him alive. Why he continues? Maybe there's still some hope. Why hasn't he killed himself? One wonders.
Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know.
But obviously there's still something.
Harry's still here. Yeah.
There's still something, in him that's maybe there's, some hope still, or maybe just can't bring himself to kill himself. Who knows? But the truth is that actually it's just a change of mind. If he could just see that all of this is his own miscreation, that's insane, and that there is, pure formless awareness of perfect love is still there, just available to him anytime he wants it. How could you be depressed? He could stay in peace and joy for the rest of his life instead, just by dropping all of his, his beliefs. But as we know, easier said than done. Just drop all your beliefs. That's a whole process of undoing and unwinding and spiritual growth. And he would rather, that's a classic case of rather the pain that I know of this ongoing depression, which has now become part of his identity, and the pain of facing my ego and having to grow, and having to really face my stuff and let it go and awaken to my true self. And so he continuously chooses the pain of the very limited self and realities created over the pain of growth and healing. All right, so happy to move on to number 9. Lay down the fences.
Lay down your arms and come without defense into the quiet place where heaven's peace holds all things still at last. I will let go of my defenses and come without defenses into the quiet place where the peace of pure formless awareness holds all things still at last. Lay down all thoughts of danger and of fear. I also let go of all thoughts of danger and fear. Let no attack enter with you. I let no attack enter with me.
Say attack thoughts. Let
Yes.
no attack thoughts enter.
I let no attack thoughts enter with me. Lay down the cruel sword of judgment that you hold against your throat, and put aside the withering assaults with which you seek to hide your holiness. I lay down the cruel sword of judgment that I hold against my throat, and put aside the withering assaults with which I seem to hide my pure formless awareness.
What are you saying there?
He's encouraging us to let go of our misperceptions, let go of our belief in separation, and settle into peace where we cannot be harmed.
Yeah, just let it all go. Let it all go. Put aside the withering assaults which I seem to hide in pure formless awareness. So any thought system of danger, fear, attack, what it does is it perpetuates this whole system. If I think that I'm going to be attacked by someone, or I can attack anyone, it perpetuates this dream of a separate self that's guilty and sinful. Which is why these, again, attack and fear are so entrenched in the world. Because without them, you wouldn't have an ego. The ego needs those as part of the defense of its identity. And again, he's just saying, just give it all up, let it all go, stop this madness, because it it's not helping you. Let it all go, and come into this quiet place that lies beyond these mad attacks. And you do that through the this ongoing practice of letting go. Just keep letting go of whatever shows up, whatever presents itself in this system. You welcome it. So, okay, that's some more guilt, or that's some more fear showing up, or some more attack. Okay, well, good. So I can let it go now. It takes a lot of training to get to that point, but that's what he's trying to train us to do. So, oh, good. So more ego coming up gives me the opportunity to let go of more of it. So we don't resist it. We accept it, and then we just let it go. And it just, it comes in and it passes away. These things arise and they just pass away. And the art of letting go is just getting very good at that process. Let it arise, you observe it, you let it go, and you let it pass away. And it really doesn't need to last more than a few moments in your awareness. You recognize the transitory nature, of anything the ego has invented. It's just transitory, illusory thoughts. None of them will stick. Okay, so happy with that. Number 10.
Here will you understand there is no pain. Here I will understand that there is no pain. Here does the joy of God belong to you. Here does the joy of perfect love belong to me. This is the day when it is given you to realize the lesson that contains all of salvation's power. This is the day when I realize the lesson that contains all of awakening's power. It is this. Pain is illusion, joy, reality. Pain is but sleep. Joy is awakening. Pain is only sleep, and joy is awakening. Pain is deception. Joy alone is truth. Sums it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what's the thing there?
Is getting to the end of the session and saying, reminding us that there is no such thing as pain. There is only joy in reality.
Mm.
Pain is an illusion, and it is unnecessary.
Mm. Yeah. So if ever you're experiencing pain, that's physical pain, mental pain, emotional pain, you're in an illusion. So for the first time, okay, this is illusory. So then correction, it's a call for correction, isn't it? Call for love. So the first thing we should be doing, we're an awakened society. You wouldn't go to the doctor and say, okay, so what's going on in my mind? I need to correct that. So I need to do some letting go and heal it. But the ego says, oh, no, you got a pain. Well, go to the doctor and I'll fix it.
Yeah.
It's all on the physical level, rather than looking within and in the mind. Pain is deception. I think that sums it up. Pain is a self-deception. Pain is self-deception. Joy alone is truth. Okay, and final one. So again.
And so again, we make the only choice that ever can be made. We choose between illusions and the truth, or pain and joy, or hell and heaven. And so again, I make the only choice that I can ever make. I choose between illusions and the truth, or pain and joy, or hell and the state of pure formless awareness. Let our gratitude unto our teacher fill our hearts, as we are free to choose our joy instead of pain, our holiness in place of sin, peace of God instead of conflict, and the light of heaven for the darkness of the world. I let my gratitude to my teacher fill my heart, as I am free to choose my joy instead of pain, my pure formless awareness in place of sin, the peace of perfect love instead of conflict, and the state of pure formless awareness for the limited awareness of the world.
Yeah, lovely.
It is nice, actually.
Again, saying, you're free. You're free at any point to make these choices. So it's a decision that's available to anyone. It's not always easy. If you're experiencing pain, it doesn't mean the pain's just going to disappear overnight necessarily, but you're still free to make the choice in your mind, which is the whole point, to correct the mind.
good, isn't it? It's very, very good.
It's good lessons. Okay, so then there's a little summary, just 3 paragraphs.
Yep. The lesson is a profound exploration of the mind's power to create perception and pain, but also awakening. It emphasizes the idea that pain is not real, but a misguided perspective, a reflection of self-deception and an illusion created by my mind. Nothing outside of myself can hurt or affect me, and the power to transcend my perceptions and past experiences lies within me. Pain is a denial of pure formless awareness of perfect love, a way of allowing fear to triumph over love and a belief in the corruptibility of the extension of perfect love. However, I realize that these ideas are absurd and only my thoughts cause me pain. I am called to change my mind, recognize the harmlessness in things, and let go of fearful perceptions to embrace innocence and pure formless awareness. The world I perceive is merely a representation of my thoughts and a manifestation of my wishes and desires with no power to cause me pain or any effects at all. Today, I choose to let go of my defenses and judgments and enter a state of peace where there is no pain. I understand that pain is illusion, whereas joy, pure formless awareness, and love are real and belong to me. Finally, I am empowered to make a choice between illusions and truth, and pain and joy. I accept perfect love and the state of pure formless awareness, free from the limited awareness of the world. Is that all done by the AI, John?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's very good, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I've fed it our translated version.
Yeah.
So I give it the translated text, and then I might edit this a bit. So not all. So maybe 90% is done. They are 95. And then, I'll just maybe go, okay, it just needs to be kind of polished a bit, because sometimes it doesn't quite get it 100% right, but
It's
gives you a really good, okay, that's a good base, because to write that from scratch,
yeah,
it would take a while to write it.
And you would need the skill of doing it as well.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you need to be sharp. You need to, I mean, like last night I was tired. I'm tired. I'm doing this. I'm really like this. So the AI is great. Just whack it in. You're like, okay, there we go. And it just does it. And then I can do a bit of editing. I can manage that. But to write this from scratch, you need to be, pretty sharp and like, okay, I've got to read and I've got to understand the whole lesson. And then, and it does it in seconds. It just kicks that out in about 10 seconds. Amazing.
Yeah.
So we're very lucky to, have it, because otherwise I wouldn't have the bandwidth to write these on my own. It's like I can't. I don't have the time.
I mean, I remember when we used to do them. It used to be, it was hard work, especially at the end of getting through everything.
Yeah, and we were just doing one paragraph. I was just like, okay, let's just do one paragraph, which is really what this is, the key message. To summarize the whole thing, it's like, wow. It's quite a difficult skill, actually. Summary is.
It is.
Because it's easy to be verbose and waffle, but to bring things, to actually condense things takes you more time to summarize, because you've got to be really clear about what's important and what's not, and what do you exclude and what do you include, and you've got to rewrite it because you can't just copy and paste. So, it's good at that. That's the AI seems to specialize in. But all of this, mostly what I do, I've got a basic. Sometimes I've done this last year, and then I'll just feed that in. But it's in the third person, not first person.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it does the translation into the first person pretty well. Again, it just needs to be edited sometimes because it doesn't quite get it right always. But it saves so much time. It's like just doing this all on my own, I would.
Oh no, thankless. Yeah.
A huge task. So I'm very, very grateful we've got these tools. And then it's still, I mean, it's not the AI hasn't written it because it's based on what we've given it.
Yeah.
It's based on the course originally, and then the amendments to the course, the edited version, and then all summarized into something that's quite powerful, because it's a summary of all of that work in 3 paragraphs. Hopefully people can read and go, okay, if I don't have time to read the whole thing, I can read the 3 paragraphs and the key message, and I can get a pretty good idea of what it's about.
Oh, they can read the summary before they read the actual text.
Yeah, you could do it that way.
To get an overview of what they're then going to read in detail.
Yeah. So it's study. I mean, anything we know, summaries and stuff, these are very good for learning things, for studying. So it's just applying some of that. And it's completely unique to the art of letting go. You won't find this anywhere else.
No.
Because we've done the translation. And then it's the translation into then into the AI that gives you this, which you'd have to have done the same process to produce this. If you just stick the course in as it is, it's going to give you a different words. You won't have the pure formless awareness. You'll have God and heaven and all that going.
Yeah.
Okay. So just read the key message, and then any last thoughts, comments on the lesson.
Pain is an illusion and always a result of my thoughts rather than external events and circumstances. By recognizing and letting go of these thoughts, I accept pure formless awareness of perfect love, joy and peace, choosing truth over self-deception and awakening to the knowledge of my true self. So did the AI do that when you asked it to do it in 100 words or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
So once I've done this, I then say summarize that in under 50 words. And then it kicks this up. And then I just tweak it a bit. I just edit it a little bit, which just polishes it a bit. But
it's very, very, very good.
I think so. Yeah. So we keep doing this process. Next year you'll have all this available.
Yeah.
It's already I'm already sending it out, but all the lessons, all the text done with summaries, with the key message, and then I'm embedding in here, just so you know, you can if you click today, it would take you into the live session. But afterwards, then I put in the URL for the YouTube recording. So next year you have it all embedded. You'll have the recorded session. If you want to go listen to the whole discussion, you can go do that and really do a deep dive into it. So then I don't need to do 5 or 6 hours of live sessions. I'll do 2 or 3.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And the rest will be recorded.
Yeah.
I think it's still important. I want to do live calls because it's what glues the community together.
Yeah.
But sometime last night I carried on after you. I finished the session. I was really tired, but it was like 6 hours. I'd been going since 6, just after 6 until after 12. So that's anyway. I'm building a system so that this is available in future years, and people can tap into it and use it.
Yeah.
All organized. So it's free on YouTube, but good luck with finding it.
Yeah.
1,500 videos there. You're not going to find it very easily. You want to know which video relates to which section. That's the organization and the structure. That's what members pay for. So Yeah.
That's been really, really, really beneficial.
Yeah, good session. Do you want to do a meditation, or you?
No, I've got to go. I've got to go, actually. I've got to get over to Berry. But that's been really, really, really helpful.
Good. Yeah. Well, I like keep the questions coming. It's actually quite a good way in some ways to study the course. Q&A. It's like, okay, let's just hone in on some key points, and then from that key point, you have to look at the metaphysics, and so it's another way of studying.
And I can't imagine I'm the only one having these questions. So, yeah.
Well, I think you're quite a diligent student. I don't know how many people are reading the text as diligently as you are. I suspect maybe not so many.
Yeah.
I think Elaine reads it, and Christine. I don't know about the others, because it's a commitment. You got to, okay, so there's the document. Got to read it, spend some time, understand it, make notes. Presumably, you make notes saying, okay, well, that particular section was a problem. But that's good. That's how you're going to learn it.
Yeah, it is.
Problems. I mean, that's exactly. You don't just gloss over. Oh, I don't really understand that, but never mind. I know that's what that's what you need to focus on.
Yeah. I mean, they're the turning points, really. I mean,
because then I didn't understand, but now I do.
Yeah.
Understanding the whole thought system.
Yeah.
And you start applying it. You start to be able to apply it universally, across the board without exceptions. Full transfer of training starts happening, and then you go, okay, this makes sense, and I can apply it for myself. Wherever, in every area of my life, in any problem I'm looking at, any situation in the world, I can apply this thought system, and I will get something usually very helpful out of it.
Yeah.
At the very least, I'll feel more peaceful. But you become the operator then of the Holy Trinity thought system, which is what's taking you back to God. So you're able to actually work this as a workable system. It's not just a theoretical construct, which unfortunately for most Christians it is. They don't really understand the Holy Trinity. It's a workable operating system for your life that you operate it every day, every moment of the day. You're working the system to take you back home, and that's what the course is training you to do. So it's saying, I can't train you to attain revelation, but I can prepare you for its coming, so you're ready for it. And that's what this mind training is about. So keep going. It's all good. And your understanding now, I mean, it's very difficult, I suppose, to compare. Like, let's say 2 years ago, when you started, over 2 years ago, in June 2021. So at that point, beginning of June, you hadn't started the course, you hadn't met me. How was your understanding compared with now of the course?
Oh, it's a world apart, really.
Yeah, that's good. So in 2 years, you can really make a lot of progress. If you keep doing this, you just keep iterating. There's no reason why you can't become an absolute master. You really understand it, and you really get it. I mean, I'm nothing exceptional. I've just worked this thing for 17 years. Daily, listening, reading it, doing the lessons, and now obviously with the Sartre Let Go course, it's taken it to another level, because I'm just spending hours and hours and hours on this material, and eventually it just becomes like second nature. It's like, well, of course, it's your default thought system. That's what you want, and the ego has been replaced. With the Holy Spirit. That's what you want.
General, thank you very, very much.
Way to go. Okay. All right. So enjoy your evening, and I'll see you in the week. You're going to be able to join tomorrow?
I'm busy. No, I can't tomorrow. No.
Yeah.
Probably Wednesday.
Okay. So Wednesday afternoon, evening?
Noon? Yeah.
Afternoon?
You decide which you want to do, and I'll try and fit in.
Yeah. Well, I tend to go based on just the day before.
Okay.
But I ideally I want to run 1 or 2 in the day, so I'll run Wednesday in the day. Tomorrow will be evening.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Wednesday afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
See you then. Thanks, John.
Okay. Thanks,
Bye.
John. Cheers for now. Yeah.
Namaste.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So I think let's do a quick meditation on the lesson. So let's Hi, Elaine.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I had to get all the Wi-Fi and everything there and get everything plugged up. So sorry, I was a little bit delayed there. Hi.
Yeah, so good, good trip.
Yeah, very good. Yes, I mean it's a fabulous view. You want to see the view? It's just all just panoramic. It's just all lovely.
Okay.
Yeah, beautiful view.
I'm seeing the ceiling at the moment.
Oh, you only saw the ceiling, did you? Oh, it's just I'm charging the battery up here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Kind of doesn't come out that clearly, but yeah. Oh, there we go. Nice. And your fingers over the.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah. So where are you? That's the Cotswolds.
No, we're not in the Cotswolds. We're in the Yorkshire Dales. Well, it's not quite the Yorkshire Dales. It's the it's near, not far from Harrogate. Harrogate's about 45 minutes drive from here. So it's in Yorkshire. So there's some nice places. So yeah, we've just been to one of the castles there. So lovely, very nice. Yeah, I'll just plug this in. And have you had a nice afternoon?
Yeah, I just had 4 hours with John.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah, he joined just after 12:30. So we got stuck into the text. You know, he likes to ask questions about the text.
Yes, that's good. Yeah, no, I like the text as well.
So we got stuck into that. There's a recording on the group of about nearly 2 hours where we just dealt with his questions on the text.
Right.
So you can listen to that, and then we did the lesson. So we didn't do a meditation on the lesson. That's why I called you, but you might want to do a meditation on it. And then there's 6 paragraphs of text. So do you want to do a meditation first, or do the text? Or
I think I better do the text because we're all ready to pop out in about an hour.
Okay. So hopefully, 6 paragraphs. I'd have a chance to do that. Just give me a moment. I was just doing the AI translation.
Yeah.
Quickly, just whack it in there. So that will speed things up. Are you enjoying the summaries? Do you read the summaries? I do.
Yes, I do. You mean the
personalized executive summary of the text?
Yes, I find out. Yeah, because then it sort of really gets to the meat of it.
Yeah, so you find it helpful.
I do. It's easy read as
well. Do you read the lesson as well?
Sometimes, but not always, I have to say, especially when you're on holiday, when you're darting here and everywhere. I mean, I've spent 2 hours, apparently our air conditioning, the man who came to do it today, it's broken again. So and we're paying all this money, and Gwen had words with him. She said, "You're a bully, and you're just taking advantage of old people."
Who said that?
The lady who's looking after the house at the moment.
Right.
Yeah, so she's actually had words with him.
Because he's not doing his job properly.
No, he's not at all. Not at all. Highly unprofessional, but there you go. Life.
Just another forgiveness opportunity. Is it still really hot? Is it still really hot there, like 35?
It is, yeah. Nobody's had the opportunity to have a bit of aircon, so one lady obviously left. Lynn seemed to be quite patient about it all, actually.
Well, she's had lots of mind training.
Yeah. So
it's part of the community.
Put us all in good stead, that, yes. So anyway, Dave's son's going out. He just spontaneously said, "I'll go." So he's going. So hopefully he can deal with the aircon man.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. So just summarize. I'm nearly ready. above, under, let's say 200 words. First person. Okay, so we've got the summaries going as well. All set almost. Give me about a minute or so. Yeah, so that's the summaries done. Can just edit that and then new message. Also done. Okay, and we're good to go. So let's just start the recording. Okay, stop that. That's good. Okay. All right, so welcome, Elaine. Back to the Zoom room again. So we'll just dive straight into the text today, which is a new chapter we're on, chapter 23 of 31. So John was like, oh, we're making good progress. Yeah, so there's only 31 chapters, so we've got another 8
making very good progress
to go. Well, if you just chunk it down and you do it daily, one section a day, then you get through it. And you'll get through the whole text, and then we'll do the manual for teachers, and then the clarification of terms and the supplements, and all of that takes about 11 months. And then you've got the lessons, obviously, of 12 months. So it's a 1-year program. If you just chunk it down, you do it in bite-sized pieces like this. Okay, so this is the introduction to the war against yourself. 6 paragraphs. So
yeah.
we'll read, just to speed it up, read the alternative. Only translations are going to be will of God and God's enemy. So will of God is pure formless awareness of perfect love. We translate will as awareness. And God's is pure formless awareness of perfect love, or in this case, probably just perfect love's enemy. Okay, so you want to read in the alternative?
Yeah. Do I not see the opposite of frailty and weakness?
Frailty.
Oh, frailty.
Yeah.
Frailty. Sorry, I'll start again. Do I not see the opposite of frailty and weakness is sinlessness?
Okay, and sinlessness will translate as
innocence.
Innocence. Yeah, carry on.
Innocence is strength and nothing else is strong. The sinless cannot fear, for sin of any kind is weakness. The show of strength attack would use to cover frailty conceals it not. How can the unreal be hidden? I am not strong.
Just
Yeah.
pause. Just wanna-
Mhm.
Does not conceal it. So it conceals it not. Does not conceal it. So how can the unreal be hidden?
I am not
Okay,
strong.
carry on.
Yeah, I am not strong who has an enemy, and I cannot attack unless I think I have.
Okay.
Belief,
So
yeah,
just that's a bit
Yeah.
clumsy. Say that
Yeah.
better.
I am not
Not
strong,
conceal it, for how can the unreal be hidden?
so
I'm not strong. So if what he's really saying is if I have an enemy, if I think I have an enemy,
yeah,
I'm not strong. And I cannot attack unless I think I do have
yeah,
an enemy is an indication. So the enemy is the concept of an enemy is one of the ego's biggest defenses. Because now I seem to have something external to me. It's an enemy and I've got to fight. And that creates a separation in my mind that keeps the ego going in my mind, the split identity. So you don't want to perceive anyone or anything, even the ego, as your enemy. You just let it go. So it's not real. How can you have an enemy if it's not real?
mm,
Yeah, the enemy is illusory. And so you just dissipate it by just letting it go, saying, well, it's not real. So I'm not going to believe in the story of the enemy and whatever the ego is trying to show me. And so you dissipate and you let go and you undo all of the thoughts that make up its system rather than trying to fight it. As John was saying earlier, well, I've always been uncomfortable with the idea of the ego as your enemy. So we have to recognize what it is. You have to say, I don't want it, but I don't make it into an enemy, because to make it into an enemy is to make it real.
yes,
And I saw a title as a book that just came up in my feed on Amazon the other day, and it was like, Ego is the Enemy. It was a big, like, red book.
Okay.
Red
Or
cover.
kill the ego.
Ego is the enemy, So you set up then this thing is real. By making it into an enemy, you've made it real. And how can you then overcome it? You just fight. You're perpetually in a struggle against it, because that's the way you set up the game.
I've
But if
seen
you
that
just
one.
get unreal, have you?
Yeah, the one kill the ego as well. I've seen that one. That's just another one that's very aggressive, isn't it?
Kill the ego, gosh.
I've seen that
The
lots
problem
of
is
times.
you can't, because the idea of killing is an ego idea. You see, so you can't really undo it with the same thought system that it's made up of. Killing and attack and hating and
enemy and
resistance is part of its thought system. So if you're thinking those thoughts, then by definition the ego is alive and well in your mind. You're not killing it. In fact, you're perpetuating it. Which is why it's so difficult to get rid of, because conventionally, how do you get rid of it? You see it as an enemy to be battled. Then you make it real and it's reinforced in your mind, and so it continues its existence. Even though you think you're trying to get rid of it, it's actually quite happily entrenched in there.
Yeah.
Sponsoring this, battle in your mind against the enemy. So you have to have a higher awareness. The course gives you this overall bigger picture of what's really going on. You go, it's really nothing. It's not an enemy. It's just nothing. It's a thought system of nothing. So the only answer to it is to let it go. When those thoughts and emotions arise, you dismiss them as nothing, because that's what they are.
Yeah.
You don't make them into an enemy.
So, for example, this instance where this aircon man is really being a bully towards Dave and I, because you can see we're older people. So I think he's, what Gwen is saying, he's taking advantage. He's really taking advantage, but I'm trying to be like the course and let it go. And I've got the lady saying he's a bully, he's a nasty bully. Dave's saying, right, we're going to take him to court. That's it. He's not getting away with it. While I'm in the middle thinking, well, I don't want it to go to court, and I don't want it to go into nasty bully.
It's all a classic setup of the ego.
Yeah.
He's the bad guy. He's the enemy. So
yes.
He's the bully. Now you take sides against him, and of course you're well-meaning. She's trying to protect you,
yes.
but her mind is not healed. She's seeing an enemy. Well, there's no enemy.
No.
The enemy is in your own mind. That's all.
Yes.
So here's a projection of your ego outwards to show you, this uncaring, unkind,
It's money. He just wants money.
Yeah.
And it's very unfair. He's not even.
It's that ego thought system of just the material, and he wants,
money.
whatever he can get out of it, and he's not really interested in helping you, so there's no love behind it.
No.
But that is a projection of your own ego. He is just showing you that thought system now.
Yeah.
Of this world that it presents.
So what do you do though?
Consciously heal it is to let it go, because it's just a false idea that is being acted out by this.
Oh yes, I understand that. However, when somebody's demanding and bullying you for hundreds and hundreds of euros for a job that's just still continually not working, and he's actually saying, I want money, and each time I'll say, well, I've already given you 300. No, you only gave me 150 because it was a bank transfer and it was cash, and he's ignoring that. And he's just been very dogmatic. He's going, I've been and I want 280 euros today. And I said, but it's still not working. So how do you go about that? So
you've got to correct it at the source level. It's your mind. That's the problem, you see? So the how it's playing out, that's just a projection of a thought system that's being shown to you.
Yeah.
In the mirror that this world presents. So you've got to go and say, okay, so what about me then believes that I deserve this kind of treatment? Because that's then getting to the core of the issue. That's the unworthiness program. That's the sin and the guilt. I feel like I deserve to be punished. See, it comes back to that. We feel like we're not worthy, so we deserve to be punished, and this guy's going to enact the punishment on us. That's the root of all evil, so-called evil in the world. This dynamic of the guilt and the sin, metaphysical guilt and sin for what you think you've done, and now you have a false expectation of punishment appearing real, and you have to then manifest in your dream things and people and circumstances that punish you because of that.
Yeah.
He is the agent of the ego come to punish you for your apparent, sin, which ultimately is the sin of separation from your source. And the problem is, if you judge him for that and you make it real, you're right. We'll play at your game and we'll fight you. And then you make it all real. You make the system real in your mind. And so you haven't healed your mind. You've perpetuated the illusion that you are a separate self who can actually be harmed, who can be attacked, who can be punished. You have to defend yourself now. So then you have all the defensive structures like lawyers and court and so on. And all of it makes the system real. You seem to be separate selves who are being unfairly attacked by this cruel, unconscious, unkind,
bully
of the owner of the air conditioning repair business or whatever it is.
Mm.
Yeah. So you go to the origin of it, and it's in your own mind and in Dave's mind, but you're the miracle worker in the situation because he's not able to do it.
No.
So you need to take the responsibility. So, okay, I'm going to perceive the man as completely innocent.
Right.
Right? That's the correction. Although he's behaving like
A bully.
a bully.
And well, as Gwen says, a nasty bully.
Nasty. Okay. So that's his apparent behavior.
Yeah.
But remember, that's just a cover for his own guilt and sin. He's in the ego's domain, and he's learned over his life that this is how you behave. And this is how to get ahead of it. So, and really, it's a cry for love. You know, he's actually asking for release from you, although he doesn't know it.
No.
He's not happy. You can't be happy behaving this way. So he's not a very happy chappy, and he's convinced that the ego is going to work. So more money, and trying to extract more money from you in his delusion of life that's what's going to solve the problem.
Yeah.
So he's really asking for healing and correction, and you as the miracle worker, then you give that, and the healing and correction for him and you is to see him completely innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there is no guilt, there is no sin. He hasn't really done anything.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this behavior isn't true. It's not real. It's just a projection of this insane mind that must be in my mind because it's come into my reality.
Yes. So, I mean, in the meantime, obviously, he's expecting, well, I think he's wanting 280 euros for...
But don't gloss over it. Not in the meantime. Do the work. If you really let go on the level, then the situation will change.
Oh, I see what you mean, yes.
You see? Let's look at integral model quickly. So what we try and do in the ego's world is we try and fix the problem on the level of form. Okay, so yes, but practically he still wants the money. Okay, but that's an intention in his mind, isn't it? He wants the money because he's consumed by the ego's thinking, and the ego is telling him, you've got to get the money and this is the answer. But that can change. That's coming from a place within him that's egoic, but his mind can change. But you must change your mind first. You can't expect him to change his mind without any change in you.
Right.
So you change your mind. You see him in his true light, right? He is the Christ. He is the innocent Son of God.
Yeah.
Completely innocent. None of this behavior matters at all. It has no effect on his true nature, which is the Christ. He's innocent. He's pure. He's holy. He's sinless. And you really do that, and you can really see that. You can really feel that. So it's not just, oh, well, I did it for a minute and it didn't work. It's like, really feel it. Can you really feel this guy's innocence? Can you really feel his holiness? And you feel it in your own heart, because then you see you've corrected your own mind. You've healed your own belief to an extent, then, in sin and guilt.
Yeah.
That's how it works. Then you heal yourself by perceiving him correctly in his true light. And then in that state, you give it over. You say, okay, well, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen on the level 4. It's right. But I've done the correction.
Yeah.
See, my responsibility is to correct it on the mind and emotional level, thought and emotion. That's my responsibility in the course. I must correct it there. And then I trust, because of the way this works, because this quadrant, the interior I, subjective, and the intersubjective, because you're in a relationship with him, so it involves a we. You change your mind, that changes the intersubjective, the we, which is the relationship. And then what happens on the external must change, because the external is just a manifestation of, or a projection of, what's going on internally.
Okay, I shall work on that.
And then the Holy, you've put the Holy, when people say give it to the Holy Spirit, That's not just, oh, well, sort it out for me on the level of thoughts. No, I really need to look at my own thoughts and emotions about this. I need to look at the guilt and the sin and the sense of being attacked. That entire thought system of sin, guilt, fear, attack, then defense. Now I need to defend because I'm being attacked. That whole system is what I need to collapse in the situation. And I need to find a state where I rise above the battleground. I'm no longer in a battle with them. I've transcended it. I'm in this kind of pure formless awareness state, above the battleground.
Yeah.
And I can look, with calmness, with clarity, with the peace of mind on the situation. So I return and I can perceive it, but I'm no longer in the same state of mind. I've let it go. And there's this is forgiveness. This is what this practice is about. So you can do it through a lesson. You could do it through the 10-step process. There's a couple of tools that I'd recommend because it's quite a difficult issue for you. So the 10-step letting go can work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You've got that in the course manual. That's on page. I'll show you now. Yeah,
I've got that at home in Tenerife. Yeah, but although I suppose I can get it on. Yeah, no, I've got it on my iPad as well. My mini pad. Yeah. Yeah.
So you've got the 10-step letting go process, and you've got the instrument for peace.
Mm-hmm.
10-step letting go is on page, I'll tell you now. Starts on page 32 of the course manual, which you can, if you've got it, or even if you don't, you can just download it. So it's on. It's on this URL. So there we go. There's the course, sent it to you. Bang, you can open it straight away.
Thank you.
So that would be a good one to do. You can meditate on it because you've got the guided letting go theta meditation every day. That's in the email every day. You can access. So that takes you through the process in a meditation. And you can work through it in writing with the written process. And actually, spend an hour and work through it. And then we've also got Instrument for Peace, which isn't in the manual because it's a fillable PDF, but there's an Instrument for Peace worksheet.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Which you can work through as well, which takes you again through a process of looking at all the stuff, changing your mind, choosing peace. And if you change it on that level, you really find a sense of peace, then watch what happens on the level of form. The situation
probably won't get so many dramas. Yeah.
Well, you don't know. But it's not up to you to determine.
Mm-hmm.
You just let it go. This is what letting go means. Okay, I do the correction on a mind level. I let go of attachment to outcome, and then you've given it over to the Holy Spirit. That's what it means.
Right.
But you've genuinely, because you've changed your state of mind. So you're no longer believing in sin and guilt and fear and attack. You're feeling peaceful and calm and okay about the situation. It's that base level of acceptance we talked about. You might not be overjoyed and go, woohoo, my aircon's still not working, and that's not appropriate. But underlying it, I'm okay. I'm at peace. I'm not inturbulated. My mind's not disturbed. I'm not going into a whole conflict within me. I'm not gearing up to go to war. Take the guy to court. I'm at peace. Okay, then I've given it to the Holy Spirit. I don't know what to do about it on the level of form, but I trust that in that state, I will be shown what to do. And maybe he miraculously changes his mind and turns over a new leaf and fixes it, maybe. Or maybe you find someone else to come in and do it. Yeah. Or maybe there's another possibility. Who knows? There might be a number of possibilities of how the Holy Spirit can sort the problem.
Yeah, because at the moment he's
grievances and the attack and going to court and anything. There is a solution, but the solution comes at a higher level of thinking, right? So remember what Einstein said. Significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. I'll say that again. The significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. So you cannot solve the problem on the level of time, space, and the ego, because it's not going to work. It was created by the ego. You must transcend the ego. You must go above it. This is why Yeshua says, go above the battleground into this higher awareness, pure formless awareness, to perceive it correctly, which then changes your perception of the situation. And because perception influences thoughts and then decisions and then actions follow, that changes the outcome on the level of form. And on a metaphysical level, he will, because you are connected to him, he will feel your shift on some level. If you really shift this, he cannot not be affected by that, because you are one. There's only one mind, really.
Right.
So he will experience that in some way, and that might just be the change of mind that's needed. He goes, well, actually, I feel quite bad about how I've treated these people. I'll fix it. Or I can't really do the job, but I'll just be honest about it. I'll say, look, I can't do it. I'm going to write it off. Keep the rest of your money. Whatever you've paid me, we'll just call it quits. And he doesn't threaten you. You don't know. You see, but that's not up to you to determine. Don't get caught up in trying to fix it on the level of form, because that's not your job. Your job is to fix it, to change your mind.
Yes. Like at the moment, he's in a really sort of obsessive state, because I've now got calls from the sitter that was previously there, sending messages to her. He's sending messages to everybody. He's in a really obsessive state.
What, the repairman?
Yeah.
Mm.
He's been highly unprofessional.
So he's not in his right mind.
No, he's not.
He's in the ego mind.
Well and truly.
Then call for love. He doesn't know how to cope with it. And so he's just trying to solve the problem with his ego, which is, of course, not going to solve the problem. It's going to get him deeper into the doo-doo.
He is, he's really obsessed at the moment.
Yeah, because he's trying to be right, and he's trying to justify his position when he's actually wrong. And is, on some level he knows his conscience is saying you're wrong. You need to actually back down and just, but he's like, no, I need to be right. So then
like a dog with a bone at the moment.
Yeah, he's trying to message the sitters because he's trying to build a case that he's right. No, he's not. So
well, so at the moment, as you rightly say, I'll have to really get into the oneness and try to help.
Try and do it on your own. But this is if you need help, you could do a one-on-one. You can just work through this issue with, say, the instrument for peace. And if you do that for an hour and a half or something, you've really worked through it. It will create a shift. It'll change inevitably. You've changed then the intersubjective, the we, and he will feel that on some level. And then it goes into the quantum field and things happen. That's when miracles happen. Okay, something's going to change because you shifted internally.
Yes.
And how that looks, well, the beauty of this as a problem-solving technique is you don't have to figure that out. You don't have to figure out how it's all going to work on the level of form. That's the Holy Spirit's job. You just need to do the correction on the mind level and then let it unfold. And you might have a part to play, so you might be directed as to what to do. Okay, well, Elaine, go do that. Make the phone call or do this or don't do this. But that will come from this corrected state of mind. The guidance comes in the healed state of mind, not in the ego's turbulated state of mind. And you see, it's very difficult. This is why you have to be, very strong in your practice, because other people, the dog sitter or whoever she is, and Dave are not on the wavelength. They don't understand this.
But we've now got another third person involved with this. Another lady. It's getting out of hand.
Yeah. So you see, then the problem is people don't understand this way of thinking because they haven't done the mind training. And so they try and pull you into their solution to it. Oh, well, you know, we got to go to courts and he's bullying you, so you've got to get lawyers. That's probably not the optimal solution. I can
No,
almost guarantee it.
definitely not.
Because it's
No.
conflict. You know,
It
the Holy
is.
Spirit will try and resolve this in the most peaceful, harmonious way possible for everyone, to the benefit of it. You know, so in your practice, when you're letting it go, you really got to say, well, I want, you know, this to be for everyone's highest good, including this so-called evil repairman. You know, he's just confused. He's lost in the ego thought system, and so he, in a way, is asking for healing from you, the miracle worker. That's the subtext of what's going on.
Yeah.
He just doesn't know it, but he's now encountered a miracle worker, and so there's an opportunity for healing to happen if you allow it, and you give it to the Holy Spirit, and you do your, you know, you practice this course, and you allow the miracle to unfold. And so he could learn a profound lesson from this situation that could potentially be life-changing. It could put him on a spiritual path, could help him find more peace, could change his whole approach to business.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you ask for that. You say, well, let this be for the highest good of everyone. That includes him. And that's what the Holy Spirit will do. It doesn't see anyone as an enemy. We're all just minds that have lost our way in the dream world for a while, and it's trying to bring us back into the oneness, into the one mind, the one self that we share. And he's included in it. No one is outside of that plan of it one. So if you really see that, and then you say, well, let this be for his highest good. I only want what's good for the guy. What's going to heal his mind and bring some peace. Then you're perceiving it correctly. And you're opening the way for the miracle to happen. And how that looks, you don't know, but that's not your concern. You'll just know you'll be guided. Whatever needs to happen will happen. It'll start unfolding. You might get a little prompt, a nudge. Okay, well, then you follow that. If it feels right, then you go with the guidance. So this is a setup for a miracle. Beautiful. Okay, so you've got an opportunity to really practice this and apply this and allow this beautiful miracle that's waiting in the wings to unfold for the benefit of everyone and the healing of the situation. This will resolve the situation.
Yeah. Well, you watch this space.
Yeah. So do the meditation in the morning, guided letting go meditation with this issue. Practice the 10-step letting go process in the written form. So that's starts on page 34. Page 35 of your course. You've got the 10-step letting go process. And you've got the instrument for peace, which I've sent you before. Have you still got that?
Yeah, that's great.
So you got the instrument for peace. So meditation, 10-step letting go, written process, instrument for peace. And if you do all of that over the next 24, 48 hours, it's got to shift. And then see what happens.
Watch this space.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're like, okay, well, then share the miracle. What actually happened? And then you get the miracle, and then you're more convinced than you were before that this thought system works because of what happened.
To be honest, it's been very helpful over the past year. Yeah, no, I've seen it in action. If I just sit back and don't get carried away with it all. So
it's just another opportunity to get confirmation of it. This is how we learn. Because it seems to be a very difficult situation. The guy's being completely unreasonable. And then the ego says, we'll take him to court. We've got to fight him.
Yes.
Is that really the best way? Really?
Well, everybody's got different. Dave says, take it to court. And I think basically Gwen's just saying, just get the heavies on him.
Get the heavies on him?
Yeah. Okay. Basically she's saying, I'm sorry, mate, but you've met your match. That's what Gwen's saying.
Yeah.
So she's not going to bother with court case. She's just saying, don't you fight with me because you've met your match. That's what she's basically saying to him.
Okay, but so all of these things are egoic, you see.
Oh, yes.
It's all like, okay, we're going to fight you in some way. You're the enemy and you're separate from us. And so I'm either going to fight you physically, I'll get the heavies on you, which would probably mean the guy would end up being hurt physically, which isn't really what you want. Yeah, well,
really, no.
so you want to hurt, but it's not right. You're attacking your holy brother. You're hurting him.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm certainly not for that at all. I'm not for
but
the court or the other.
The thought system is flawed.
Yeah, so, no, I'm not. Yeah.
And then the courts are, it's a thought system based on sin and guilt and attack, and that's just been entrenched in what we call a legal system. So none of this has got anything to do with forgiveness.
Yeah.
Forgiveness raises you above all this, above the battleground, and opens a way for a truly creative solution to come, which you can't probably envisage right now. It seems like an impasse. You don't see how it's going to work. But
well, I don't want Dave's and I don't want Gwen's, and then we've got another person that's just now in on the action as well now. So I'm thinking, so I'm just keeping an open mind.
Yeah. So give it. And then interestingly, because why did I phone you today? Interesting, isn't that? I don't normally. It's just like, okay, well,
no, that's right.
Maybe Elaine can join now, and now we have this conversation. So you see, it's the Holy Spirit is inspiring you to find an answer to this. It's directing it. So you just go with it. Say, okay, so I've got a process now. I've got a way to let this go. And allow that miracle to unfold. And you do that in full faith and trust that it will. That the situation's already been healed. It just needs to play out in the dream, in the level of form. Over time, sequentially, it's got to play out. But actually, that miracle is already loaded in as the alternative to the ego's dream. It's already in there. Then you've just got to allow it to come through.
Yeah.
Which means it's a done deal. It's already healed. Yeah. It's just got to play out.
Yeah, I'm just sitting. I'm just sitting watching it all. Everybody having their opinions.
Yeah.
So I'm just keeping an open mind, and I'll follow this process.
Yeah. To really let go and really feel the unconditional love and feel for this guy, because he's not happy. He's not a happy chap.
No, he's not. He's obsessed. Now he's getting
so his mind
really
is in need of release and healing. He's consumed by the ego.
Yeah.
And so your true prayer would be, well, how can I help this person? Because he's sick.
Yes.
He's mentally ill. And how he's behaving is a symptom of the mental illness.
Yes.
He thinks that money is going to solve the problem. It's not going to solve the problem. He'll keep having this is probably a long-standing pattern for him. He probably does this all the time.
Yes. Yeah.
So he's looking for some kind of resolution and healing of his trauma and his whatever's caused this. There'll be a story, a backstory, and he'll have a history, and he's not just behaving like this because he's just having a bad day. It's a condition.
Something's happening in him.
The program,
Yeah.
That's probably from his whole life, and maybe his karma, previous lives as well. So, but it, there's nothing the Holy Spirit can't do. There's no order of difficulty or miracle. So it can bring about a healing in the situation as well. And then you just kind of help it on its way. You're the miracle worker, just allowing that. By doing your own deep letting go and healing your own mind, you then allow this healing to happen on the collective level. So the subjective, you do this, and the interior individual, that's your own mind, you cannot help but affect the we, the domain of the shared mind. It's inevitable that's going to have an influence and an effect.
Right. Well,
And then how it plays out on the level of form, you don't know. But what
No.
you're doing here, you see they're quite faint, but you see these contour lines. You're going above the battleground. You're going above the level of the problem. So let's say the problem was created at this level, the level of the ego identification, the mind, the ego's whole system. So that's the level of the problem. But now, through the forgiveness, you go a number of levels above. You just raised your awareness up into a higher level, which corresponds to a higher frequency, and that now has a different energetic contour line. So now what's gonna happen as a result of that higher frequency is different. It's going to be at a higher level, a more functional solution, then manifests in the objective world of your own experience, and the interobjective, which is the system that's a result of the relationship. So the systemic aspect of this would be, okay, you've got an aircon that needs to be fixed. Okay, so on the level of form, that is part of the equation. That's just the trigger, but that can be resolved as well. And so then that resolves from the higher level, from the higher frequency energy that you've injected into the system through your letting go. But you can't get that same outcome because it's at, say this contour line, say level 10 or whatever it is, at a lower level. If you're still operating on the frequency of the ego, that solution is not available at that level. And so this is how conscious manifestation and miraculous problem solving works. You just take your mind to another level, and then at that level, it creates a set of circumstances and events that align to that frequency. And it's actually quite easy because you just got to change your mind. And then what happens on the level of form is all guided. You don't have to stress and strain and strive and make huge efforts. You just have to follow the guidance. And it can often work quite easily and quickly. Okay?
Yeah, that was good. Thank you. That's very clear.
Good. So, where were we half an hour ago? The enemy, yeah. Did we read the whole thing?
Yes. No, I don't think we read the whole thing, did we?
No, I don't think we did.
No. Where was I? I think I was on number 3.
The innocent cannot fear.
Yeah. The innocent cannot fear, for sin of any kind is weakness. The show of strength attack uses to cover frailty, or maybe I did say it, but never mind. Frailty does not conceal it, for how can the unreal be hidden? If I think I have an enemy, I am not strong, and I cannot attack unless I think I do have an enemy. Belief in enemies is therefore the belief in weakness, and what is weak is not the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Being opposed to it, it is perfect love's enemy. And pure formless awareness of perfect love is feared as an opposing will.
Okay. It's just must then fear pure formless awareness of perfect love as an opposing will. So what's he saying in this paragraph?
Well, having an enemy is not strength. It's actually weak. When you're frail, it's a frailty, and it's unreal. And as you say, the enemy is actually just a call for love. And it's not real. And my belief in in enemies is therefore my belief in weakness.
Mm.
And this is not pure formless awareness of love. This is opposed to it.
Mm.
So I must then fear pure formless awareness of perfect love as its opposite will. That's it.
Mm.
Yeah. So it's we should have no enemies because it's false and it's weak. It's the weakness of the ego, their separate self.
Yeah. So the consequence of the enemy is that you split your mind. You must now fear your own awareness, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love, as an opposing awareness to my own. And I've split my mind. So the enemy that's seemingly shown to you outside is really just a projection of the enemy within, which is the ego that's now used that external to split your mind and take you away from your true awareness, pure formless awareness, perfect love. Which is why, the ego loves enemies. And it's no accident that, you're doing this course and moving into oneness, and then along it comes with a defense. Okay, now you're going to have an enemy. Because that's what it's trying to do. Convince you that the enemy is real, to go away from this practice. But fortunately, if you're practicing like this, then it just comes in and you use it as part of the mantra. Just another opportunity to see and let go of the ego, which is very helpful. Okay. So very good paragraph for you, because
It is.
it is absolutely spot on for your current situation that you're dealing with.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, yes.
that's how it goes.
Uncanny,
And that's
yes.
why I invited you. Isn't it interesting? Why did I
Yes.
phone you and say, come and join? Because I didn't know it's going, well, I sort of knew, but I didn't connect the dots. Something in me just said, just call Elaine and invite it. And so that's how it goes. So the Holy Spirit is trying to help you to find the miracle.
Yeah.
And heal this. You're not alone in this, which is very encouraging. So it means that solution, the miraculous solution, is already there. It's just got to be directed to play out. And the various moving parts of that have to be put together by the Holy Spirit. So okay, well, it needs maybe some of my intervention, and then you're going to now do some practices, and then who knows what else. And it's going to orchestrate all of that to happen for you, for your greater good, for your healing. Okay, so number 2, we'll move on.
Yeah. How strange indeed comes this war against myself. I will believe that everything I use for sin can hurt me and become my enemy. And I will fight against it and try to weaken it because of this. And I will think that I succeeded and attack again. It is as certain I will fear what attack as it is sure that I will love what I perceive as sinless. I walk in peace, who travels sinlessly along the way love shows me. For love walks with me there, protecting me from fear. And I will see only the sinless who cannot attack.
Okay, let's just do the translation. So sinless becomes innocent.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I will perceive only the protecting me from fear. And I'll perceive only the innocent who cannot attack, right? So even in so-called self-defense, you can't attack if you're innocent. So that's off the table. So you've got to remove what the ego would do. So, okay, so attack and defense is not an option. So I just need to let this go completely, radically, and then open my mind to what will work. Okay, so any other thoughts on that?
No, that's good. Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving on to number 3.
Yeah. I walk in glory with my head held high and fear no evil. The
And we
innocent
normally
are,
just translate
yeah.
glory into magnificence. I walk in magnificence.
With my head held high.
How about power? That would be nice. I walk in.
I like that word.
I walk in my true power.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Hmm.
Very got a real punch to it. I walk in my true power with my head held high and fear no evil. The innocent are safe because they share their innocence. Nothing they see is harmful, for their awareness of the truth releases everything from the illusion of harmfulness. And what seemed harmful now stands shining in their innocence, released from sin and fear, and happily returned to love. They share their strength of love because they looked on innocence. And every error disappeared because they saw it not. I look for glory. Oh, you have another word for glory. True power. I look for true magnificence. I look for magnificence and find it where it is.
Well, we'll just say power. Look for power.
Yeah.
Find it where it
I
is.
look for power and find it where it is. Where could it be but in the innocent? Yeah.
There's that for me. My head held high. I walk in my true power. And fear no evil. Okay, so see what's he saying in this one.
It's a nice paragraph, that, isn't it?
Mm.
Well, we walk with our head held high in power, in true power, and fear nothing, fear no evil, no nothing. In our innocence, we are safe, and we share that innocence. Nothing is harmful, and their awareness of the truth releases everything. So it's all, well, the illusion, again, back to the illusion. And what seemed harmful now stands shining in their innocence. So the repairman is very innocent. And he is released. And we are one. shining, powerful, and we accept our innocence. It's all in our innocence. It's all about innocence. That's where the strength is.
Mm.
We share the strength of love because we're looking at their innocence. So that the repairman's is innocent.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. See, doesn't know what to do. Oh, we do need to actually pop out now because we've got the greyhounds. We've been told we've got to take them out now. Well, that's a shame because it was a very good. I don't know how long we're going to be. Are you doing anything later on or not? Or
no,
on your schedule.
No, I'm around this evening, so.
So could perhaps if I message to see if you are available, and then to finish this off because it's very beneficial.
Yeah, we can finish it off now. So what sort of time, roughly?
I think we're going to be a couple of hours. That's the only problem. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really a problem. It's okay.
I can always message you. You may or may not. Yeah.
I'll have to, I'll stop the live stream.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
What I might just do quickly is only 3 paragraphs. I just finish this now because then it's a complete recording. Right? It's not
yes,
broken.
of course.
Look at it. We can look at it again if you want in a couple of hours. Yeah,
that's great because very, very helpful. Thank you. That has sort of, I feel a little bit of a light shift. So I am looking at the repairman in innocence, even though, in the form, obviously not, but yeah, there is another shift there. So thank you. Yeah, that's been very helpful, that actually. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank the Holy Spirit. It's brought you on here.
Yes.
That's why I called you. And obviously, you needed to read this particular section.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, really.
But
quite amazing.
That's the miracle. It's like somehow this is orchestrated in a way that you can't. It's not logically comprehensible. But it seems like to work.
Yesterday, Lynn just putting that little message out, and for some reason, my mind accepted that as it is. It was a simple message. Leave it to the Holy Spirit. So that's what I did, and it all got resolved. And very amicably as well, because I've just now got a message saying, I've got 5 stars from this lady.
Okay.
I would never expected that. I thought I'd be getting a slating.
From the sitter.
Yes, because she left a week early and there was just nothing but problems and complaints. And there's this message come up with this 5 stars, and I'm thinking, crikey.
Well, it's obviously because you were nice to her.
Yeah, it must be, yes. So
because they're probably feeling a bit like, well, we've left. You could be nasty about it, but you weren't. So.
No, yeah. So I thought that was a miracle. So that was just that little message from Lynn, and then obviously your phone call. So watch this space. Watch this space. Yeah. Yeah.
So the Holy Spirit is for you. So you can't doubt then that there's a solution, that it can find a way to resolve this. There's no doubt.
Yeah, wonderful.
And it will.
Right. I'd better get these dogs taken out because they're pacing up and down, and that's their regular. So I'll get that done now. Okay, so I'll hopefully see you later.
Yeah. Okay. So 8-ish, whatever. Just message me.
It's going to be a couple of hours. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Okay. See you later. Okay. Namaste. Thank you very much.
All right. So let's. Are we busy with this section? Okay, so number 3 is just saying, look for power in the innocent. Don't see anything as harmful, because that's your true power. And then you finding the strength of love. Share the strength of love because they looked on innocence. Every error disappeared because they saw it not, because they so we overlook errors, we see the innocence, we see the purity. I look for power, find it where it really is. And where could it be except in the innocent? Where can it be except in? Where can it be except in the innocent? So again, look where it's at, look where the true power is, which is in innocence, not in the thought system of sin and guilt, and you will find it there. And then that power can manifest in the external world as various beneficial events, blessings, healings that we call miracles in this world. So I will not let the little interferers pull me to littleness. The interferers in the innocence pull me down to littleness. There can be no attraction of guilt in innocence. So guilt doesn't exist, there's no attraction to it. Innocence completely beyond it. Think what a happy world I walk with truth beside me. I reflect. And just say, what a happy world I walk with truth beside me. I will not give up this world of freedom for a little sigh of seeing sin, or for a tiny stirring of guilt's attraction. Would I, for all these meaningless distractions, lay the state of pure formless awareness aside? So would I give up the state of pure formless awareness for all these meaningless distractions? My destiny and purpose are far beyond them, in the clean place where littleness does not exist. Clean state of mind, shall we say. My purpose is at variance with littleness of any kind, and so it is at variance with sin. Let us not let littleness lead God's Son into temptation. So what's he saying here? Saying what a happy world I'll experience with truth beside me. I will not give up this world of freedom for a little sigh of seeming sin. When I give up this world of glory and innocence for meaningless distractions, sin and guilt, fear and attack. My destiny and purpose lie far beyond them, the clean state of mind where littleness does not exist. Purpose is at variance with littleness of any kind. True purpose is at variance. True purpose is opposite to littleness of any kind. And so it is opposite to sin as well. It is also opposite to sin. So it is also opposite to sin. Yeah, so again, choice, our true purpose, our true destiny lies beyond sin, it lies in innocence. And it's completely opposite of sin and guilt. And we're not going to allow the meaningless distractions that seem to speak for sin and guilt in this world to pull us down back into that state of sin. Okay, so number 5, I will not let littleness lead Pure Formless Awareness of perfect love's extension into temptation. Its glory is beyond it, measureless and timeless as eternity. Not let littleness lead Pure Formless Awareness of perfect love's extension into temptation. Lead perfect love's extension into temptation. Its glory is beyond it. Its power is beyond it, measureless and timeless. Measureless and timeless as eternity. I will not let time intrude upon my sight of it. I will not leave it frightened and alone in its temptation. I'd rather help it rise above it and perceive the pure formless awareness of which it is a part. Power is beyond it, measureless and timeless as eternity. I will not let time intrude upon my perception of it. I will not leave it frightened and alone in its temptation. I will help it rise above it. I will leave it frightened and alone in its temptation, rather help it rise above this. Perceive the pure formless awareness of which it is a part. I will not let time intrude upon my perception of myself. I will not leave myself frightened and alone. In temptation, but rather help myself rise above this and perceive pure formless awareness of which it is a part. And innocence will light the way. My innocence will let everyone are a part. My innocence will light the way to everyone's. My innocence will open the way. Everyone to experience theirs. And so my mind is protected and kept in my awareness. For who can know its glory and perceive the little and the weak about it, to know its power. To know their true power and perceive little. To know their true power and perceive the little and the weak. Themselves, or anyone who can walk trembling in a fearful world and realize that the state of pure formless awareness' glory shines on it. Walk trembling in a fearful world and realize that glory, realize the magnificent power of pure formless awareness. You can walk trembling in a fearful world and see the magnificent power of pure formless awareness that shines on it. Yes, and what's he saying now? Will not let littleness lead perfect love's extension into temptation. My power is beyond it, measureless and timeless as eternity. I will not let time intrude upon my perception of myself. I will not leave myself frightened and alone in temptation, but rather help myself rise above this and perceive the pure formless awareness of which I and everyone are a part. My innocence will open the way for everyone to experience theirs. And so mine is protected and kept in my awareness. For who can know their true power, perceive the little and the weak in themselves or anyone? Who can walk trembling in a fearful world and perceive the magnificent power of pure formless awareness that shines on it? They're saying, how can we be innocent and not know this, the power of innocence? Because the power of innocence is the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love that is everywhere, it underlies everything. So it shines on and through the world always. God is wherever we go. God goes with me wherever I go. God is in my mind. It's one of the really lessons in the workbook. So this power is always available, it's always there if we are in the right state of mind. When our perception is corrected, we see it correctly, then that power reveals itself to us. If we don't, and we deny that power, then it doesn't. It's simple as that. So moving on to number 6. So nothing around you, but is a part of you. Nothing around me. So everything, nothing but everything. Everything around me is part of me. And we'll perceive it lovingly and see the pure formless soul as heaven in it. And see it lovingly with pure formless soul. Perfect love in it. So what I come to understand. So I will come to understand all that is given me. And my kind forgiveness, and kind forgiveness, and my kind letting go. Kind letting go. All will sparkle and shine. A kind letting go of everything I once thought sinful. And then we reinterpret it as part of the state of pure formless awareness. How beautiful it is to walk clean redeemed and happy. In a world in bitter need of redemption that my innocence bestows upon it. How beautiful it is to walk clean, redeemed, and happy through a world in bitter need of the redemption my innocence gives it. What can I value more than this? For here is my awakening and my freedom. And it must be complete if I would recognize it. Here is my awakening and freedom. It must be complete if I want to recognize it. I must already be complete for me to recognize it. Everything around me is part of me. I will perceive it lovingly with the pure formless awareness, perfect love in it. So I will come to understand all that is given to me. The world will sparkle and shine, and my kind letting go. And everything I once thought was sinful will now be reinterpreted as part of the state of pure formless awareness. How beautiful it is to walk clean, redeemed, and happy through a world in bitter need of redemption my innocence gives it. What can I value more than this? For here is my awakening and freedom, and it must already be complete for me to recognize it. So what's he saying here? Saying everything is got this awareness, pure formless awareness, and perfect love in it. Receive it loving, pure formless awareness, the perfect love in it. And so I will come to understand all that is given to me. And so I see the light in everything, this true awareness, the world will sparkle and shine, and my kind letting go. And everything I once thought was sinful will now be reinterpreted. And I will reinterpret everything I once thought was sinful as part of the state of pure formless awareness. How beautiful it is to walk clean, redeemed, and happy through a world in bitter need of the redemption that my innocence gives it. So I walk through this world, my innocence redeems it. Being free and happy through a world in bitter need of the awaken it, my innocence gives it. What can I value more than this? Here's my awakening and freedom. It must already be complete for me to recognize it. So saying we can walk in this world in innocence, we can shine our light into it, and we can see beyond the illusions of sin and guilt, the happiness, the joy, the freedom, the innocence. And all of this is already complete. We just have to recognize it because it's already the truth. It's your base state. It's never in truth changed. Just to penetrate the illusions, the veil of illusion, see beyond that. So what he's painting the picture of here is a happy dream, a happy world, the period of accomplishment and the development of trust, which is phase 6, where period of achievement, he calls it, where you walk the world for a while as a happy, free, enlightened being. You spread love and light wherever you go, and the illusions of sin and guilt and fear and attack simply don't affect you. You overlook them. Okay, so that leads us to the personalized executive summary. In this introduction, I contemplate the relationship between innocence and strength. Recognizing that innocence equates to power, whereas belief in enemies and sin indicates weakness. Innocence is true power, whereas belief in enemies and sin indicates is weakness. I reflect on a war against myself, where fear and attack bring confusion, while walking innocently in love offers me peace. Understand that the war against myself where fear and attack rule, fear and attack rule. Lingering confusion. Walking innocently through the world in love offers me peace. Human innocence continues as I acknowledge that the awareness of truth releases all illusions of harm. Innocent, shine in love, freed from sin and fear. But not to succumb to guilt. Commit of overcoming guilt. These trivial distractions, keeping my focus on a higher purpose, free from littleness and sin. I'm determined not to let minor things lead me into temptation, and I recognize my part in the extension of pure formless awareness, showing that my innocence lights the way for everyone who obeys. Value the beauty of walking and walk redeemed and happy in a world needing release. Acknowledging my role in awakening and freedom for everyone. Connected to everyone and everything around me, and I reinterpret the world through the lens of pure formless awareness. Yep, the world through pure formless awareness of perfect love, emphasizing glory and innocence, innocence, and path to complete recognition of my true self. So he's saying here that, I walk in innocence, I walk in holiness, I am the light of the world, I extend that light, I perceive it everywhere, and I help others, myself and others, to experience it. The key message is I recognize that innocence equates to strength and sinlessness. Innocence is strength. Innocence is my strength. Whereas sin is a weakness. Embracing love and truth leads to peace and redemption. Accepting and accepting pure formless awareness of perfect love. And truth. Experience peace and freedom. Experience peace and freedom. Allowing allows me to see the world through the lens of in the eyes of perfect love. Acknowledge my role for awakening. Acknowledge my role in awakening. And freedom, valuing my connection with everything around me. Experiencing my connection with everything around me. Experiencing a deep connection. Everyone and everything. Yeah, so I recognize that innocence is my strength or a sin is weakness. Sin is accepting pure formless awareness of perfect love as the truth. And experience peace and freedom. This allows me to perceive the world through the eyes of perfect love. And acknowledge my role in awakening freedom while experiencing a deep connection with everyone and everything around me. So it is. So that is the section complete. We're going to have a little break now. It's before about an hour. Lane's going to come back, maybe a couple of others, and we'll just read this and do a meditation on this particular section to close this session out. So if you're connected to the live stream, stay connected or come back at 8 o'clock UK time. It's 9 p.m. SA time to join us then. Okay, so that's me signing off for the moment, and I hope to catch you a little bit later. Namaste. I think I'll just leave that on, shall I? And the personalized executive summary on, so you can read that. And we'll just Hi, Len.
Oh, hi. Hi. Right. We didn't actually go out. We took the dogs out, but we've actually ordered a takeaway. So I will
Right.
need a little bit of I don't know how long it'll be. So we did actually just end up getting a takeaway. So yeah. So that still hasn't arrived, but certainly the dogs have had a good walk.
Okay.
So yeah, it can do a bit now and then see how it goes. Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got about 3 paragraphs to go, and then maybe a meditation.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. So let's just restart this. Recording. Is it the correct one? Let's just see. Okay, there we go. That's the one I want. All right, so share my screen again. Okay, so
you're not going to believe it. There's a knock at the door. 2 seconds, Jono. Sorry.
okay.
Sorry, it's come earlier than I thought, so I'm going to have to sort of come back again. I do apologise. What time is it? About 8:15. Is that all right?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jono.
All right. Okay, Elaine, are you there?
Oh, hi, Jono. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you there? Just got a call. We seem to be all of a sudden getting these spontaneous calls. Yeah, no problem. So I'm here. Hello, doggy. Hello.
All right, let's do this then. So let's just start the recording again. Okay, and okay, so we're going to resume today's text reading, which is section Introduction to Chapter 23. We're on, I think we got to paragraph 4. So, right, not the little interferers pull you to littleness. Okay, so you want to read that in the alternative?
I will not let the little interferers pull me down to littleness. There can be no attraction of guilt in innocence. What a happy world I walk with truth beside me. I will not give up this world of freedom for a little sigh of seeming sin, nor for a tiny stirring of guilt's attraction. Would I give up the state of pure formless awareness for all these meaningless distractions? My destiny and purpose lie far beyond them, in the clean state of mind, where littleness does not exist. My true purpose is opposite to littleness of any kind, and so it is also opposite to sin.
Yeah, so what's he saying there?
Well, all the interferers of life and pulling us down brings us down to littleness when we're in the separate self, but we just choose to go into our innocent mind and leave all the attractions of guilt and all of the problems of the world, and this is where we'll find our freedom. And not give in to all the little seeming sin or any stirring of just repeating myself there. My destiny and purpose lie far beyond them, in the clean state of where littleness does not exist, which is our pure formless awareness. My true purpose is opposite to littleness of any kind, and completely opposite to sin. But that's where we want to go.
Yeah, and to let go of the the distractions.
Oh, yeah,
which are myriad in this world. In fact, the world is a distraction device. It's designed to distract you from the truth of who you are. So living in that state, it's very easy to get sucked in and believe in littleness. So you value things that are little, you value things that are illusory instead of the truth. And then your mind is disturbed. Your peace of mind is going to be disturbed by all the little things of this world. And there's a part of us, true awareness, that just goes, no, I don't want any of that. I just want pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's all. Just that clean, clear, empty, beautiful, glorious state where nothing goes wrong. Nothing's a problem there. That's all we truly yearn for. And all of the illusions we've made up just, disappear in that state. So I will not give up this world for a little sigh of seeming sin or for tiny stirring of guilt's attraction. So all these distractions of the world are actually guilt's attraction. They make sin and guilt real. Even if we pursue some trivial pleasure, we go, well, that's harmless. I'm just going shopping to buy some trinkets or whatever attracts you. It's the guilt's attraction. Just covered over. You don't know it is. The ego doesn't tell you that. But you're believing in that this world, which is the product of guilt and sin, can offer you something. And then we'll suffer accordingly. The sense of disconnection. Littleness can never bring you that sense of expansive freedom. Pure formless awareness of perfect love can. Okay, so number 5. You happy with number 4?
Yes. I will not let. Yeah, is that okay? Yeah. Perfect love is just God's son. Yeah.
God's son. Yeah, will become perfect love's extension.
Yeah. I will not let littleness lead perfect love's extension into temptation. My power is beyond it, measureless and timeless as eternity. I will not let time intrude upon my perception of myself. I will not leave myself frightened and alone in temptation, but rather help myself rise above this and perceive the pure formless awareness of which I and everyone are a part. My innocence will open the way for everyone to experience theirs. And so my mind is protected and kept in my awareness.
So mine is protected. So my innocence will open the way for everyone to experience theirs. And so mine is my innocence. Mine is protected and kept in my awareness.
For who can know their true power and perceive the little and the weak in themselves or anyone? Who can walk trembling in a fearful world and perceive the magnificent power of pure formless awareness that shines on in it?
Shines on him, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So glory becomes power, and heaven is pure formless awareness. Magnificent power of pure formless awareness that shines on them, and fear just covers that over. Fear sabotages, prevents us from seeing it. So what's he saying in this one?
Well, we're not going to let littleness lead it the way to any temptation, to our perfect love's extension. And my power is beyond that. It's timeless as eternity and measureless. And we won't let time intrude upon our perception of our true self. And we won't leave ourselves frightened and alone into this temptation. We will rise above. We will help myself rise above this,
Mm.
and we'll get pure formless awareness, and all of us are part of,
Mm.
to lead the way.
Mm.
And my innocence will open the way for everyone to experience this,
Mm.
so that we're kept in our true awareness.
Mm. Cool.
So
To
yes,
claim our
Yeah.
true power, to walk the world in a powerful state, rather than fearfully and trembling,
yeah,
trusting in this true power that is our own awareness to guide us and lead us in this. Really, it's a crazy place, but the correct interpretation of it can help us to find some sanity, some freedom in it, even though it's a crazy place.
yeah.
And who can know their true power and perceive the little and the weak in themselves or anyone? So you can't know your true power if you perceive weakness in anyone, because weakness denies power. So how you perceive others is how you perceive yourself.
Yeah.
You see them as sinful and guilty and weak and afraid, then you perceive yourself as that. You're making those ideas real for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, and then so we look at number 6.
Yeah. Everything around me is part of me. I will perceive it lovingly with the pure formless awareness of perfect love in it. And so I will come to understand all that is given to me. The world will sparkle and shine in my kind letting go. And I will reinterpret everything I once thought was sinful as part of the state of pure formless awareness. How beautiful is it to walk clean, free, and happy through a world in bitter need of the awakening that my innocence gives it. What can I value more than this? For here is my awakening and freedom, and it must already be complete to me to recognize it.
Maybe complete for me to recognize it.
Oh, be complete for me to recognize it. Yeah.
Yeah, read the original. Might be valuable in this context.
Yeah. Nothing around you but is part of you. Looking on it lovingly and see the light of heaven in it. So will you come to understand all that is given you. In kind forgiveness will the world sparkle and shine, and everything you once thought sinful now will be reinterpreted as part of heaven. How beautiful is it to walk clean and redeemed and happy through a world in bitter need of the redemption that your innocence bestows upon it. What can you value more than this? For here is your salvation and your freedom, and it must be complete if you would recognize it. That's a nice one. I think I like that one better. I like the bit with the heaven.
Yeah, which version did you prefer?
I think I like the original one, actually. I normally prefer the alternative. But for some reason,
it's quite nice with the heaven and the sparkle.
I think that's what it is. Yes, the words are just a little bit more. Yeah, it's nice.
So what's he saying?
well, everything around us is part of us. We're all just holistic. We're all one. And from that point, we see everything lovingly, see the light of heaven in everything. And it's also given to us in kind forgiveness. The world that sparkles and shines. Well, it's just, yeah, sounds very nice. How beautiful it is to walk clean and redeemed, happy, through a world that we thought was bitter. But really, our innocence bestows upon it. So it's up to us to choose. What can you value more than this? The no-brainer. This is our salvation and our freedom. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's what he's pointing to here is a state of enlightenment. You're walking in the world as this enlightened being. You're not fearful, you're not sinful. Everything is pure, holy, and innocent, because that's how you perceive it. Your mind has been corrected and healed. This is the enlightened state. It's the 6th stage of the development of trust, if you recall. We talked about 6 stages, and the final one is the period of achievement. So this is the final outcome of the course's training, where you can live in the world in this clean, clear, happy, free state, no matter what's going on. Doesn't mean everything in the world, everyone's enlightened, and there's no more pain and suffering seemingly going on, but you just don't let it bother you. That's the key. You've risen above it, and you walk in the state of holiness or grace in the world. Not bothered by sin and guilt and fear and attack thoughts and anxiety and everything else that the ego preoccupies most people's minds with. So this would be the final outcome of all of your mind training in preparation for eventually you lay the body aside, you're ready to just let go of being human. But that might take a while. The body doesn't just disappear when you're in this enlightened state. You might stay and live in it for, who knows, decade, 2, you don't know. But that's, that happy dream is not a bad state to be in. It's so close to heaven that there's almost no difference. So this is what we train our minds to achieve, this state of enlightened awareness, where we can walk the world and the light is with us, and we see the light in everything. That everything shines. That's what I was saying. It's shining and it's sparkling. And when people have these awakening experiences, they do talk about it. So yeah, it's just like I saw the world, with fresh eyes and new. Eckhart Tolle's experience, because he was in such darkness the night before, and then the contrast, and suddenly, his ego dropped away, and he woke up the next morning and he just perceived everything completely different. He said it was like everything was just light and bright and clean. He saw things like he'd never seen them before, almost for the first time, with fresh eyes. So this is what it really means to be reborn. To be reborn in your entire perception of an experience of the world. So that everything, it looks differently. Your life experience is transformed. And you experience things from this very, peaceful. He said, I was amazed at the peace I felt, and it didn't leave me. Everything was just peaceful, and it seemed to, he saw the natural light. And when he woke up in the morning, he saw just light streaming in through the curtains, onto the table, and it's just a normal kind of scene. Most people take it for granted, but he was transfixed by it. In fact, that's so beautiful. So you perceive things differently from in this state of mind. That's what he's pointing to with his words. At the state of pure formless awareness, he's shining through you. And in that state, you perceive the world in this very peaceful, happy way. And you can extend that perception, extend that light, in other words, that awareness into the world through your thoughts, words, and actions to help others to find the same light, which then becomes your only function. Stay in the light yourself, and then in the process extend it to others, to help them, because it's a beautiful state of mind. It's a lovely experience, and there's nothing else required. You don't need any of the ego's external. It's all inside out. Yes, you perceive the world, but it's coming from within you. So there's nothing you seek. Just the simplest thing can bring you joy. Like you watch the sunlight, in the morning, very ordinary scene, that can bring you joy. A flower. He said he Eckhart went into London. She was living in London at that point, and he was riding on the buses and tubes and stuff, and he said everything was, although it was hustle and bustle, and he said everything just seemed really peaceful and kind of in flow because he was in that state. And he said it didn't leave him. The peace didn't leave him. He was amazed. He was like, "Wow, I've never felt so peaceful. This is amazing." He didn't realize what had happened. He started reading, and he went, "Oh, okay. So other people have experienced it. This is what it's called to awaken." And that's how he started becoming a spiritual teacher. But initially, it was just like, whoa, his whole perception of the world is transformed in that moment, and everything is clean and clear and beautiful, exactly as Yeshua is describing it here. He says, "What can I value more than this? For here is my awakening and freedom, and it must already be complete for me to recognize it." Must be complete if you would recognize it. So it's already complete. You just got to accept it. It's the recognition. Recognition means you recognize. Cognize is a Latin, from Latin, which means to think.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, you rethink. That's coming from that indicates that your perception is not outside in. It's coming from your mind that then perceives, rethinks, and then perceives everything differently. And this is the enlightened state that you're being trained for. The mind training is designed to take you into this state where you live in the state of grace or flow permanently. Nothing can shake it. And God takes the final step when you're ready. We just let go of your body. We call that death in this world, but it's really just the mind going home and letting the body go. So I don't need this body anymore. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? Let's do a little summary of it. We've done a personalized executive summary. So if you can read that and just pause. 23 paragraphs. Pause after each paragraph just to reflect on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In this introduction, I complete the relationship between innocence and strength.
Contemplate. Contemplate the relationship.
I contemplate the relationship between innocence and strength, recognizing that innocence is true power, whereas my belief in enemies and sin is weakness. I understand the war against myself, in which fear and attack rule my mind, and will bring confusion while walking innocently through the world in love offers me peace.
They will confuse. It will bring okay, so what's he saying in that paragraph?
Walking in innocence is our true strength and power. And our belief in enemies is the sin and weakness. And it's just a war against ourselves, in which fear and attack will rule the mind if we leave ourselves in that state. So we bring confusion and suffering while walking innocently through the world with love. And that will offer us the peace through the love and innocence.
Okay, theme of innocence continues as I acknowledge.
The theme of innocent continues as I acknowledge that the awareness of truth releases all illusions of harm. The innocent shine in love, freed from sin and fear. I commit to overcoming guilt and its trivial distractions, keeping my focus on a higher purpose, free from littleness and sin. I am determined not to let minor things lead me into temptation, and I recognize my part of the extension of pure formless awareness, ensuring that my innocence lights the way for everyone to find theirs.
Okay, what's he saying there?
Well, in the awareness of truth, it releases all my illusions of harm. The innocent shine in love, freed from sin and fear, and we wish to commit to overcoming this guilt and trivial distractions and keeping our focus in the higher purpose, free from the littleness. So to be determined to not let little things lead us into temptation and recognize our part in the extension of pure formless awareness, ensuring that our innocence lights the way for everyone.
To find theirs.
Yeah, to find theirs.
So there's always the theme of accepting it for ourselves and then extending it to others. That's very common in the course, he's saying. Accept it for yourself, extend it to others, and by extending it to others, you learn it, entrench it in your own awareness. So as you give it, you receive it. Okay, so we're going to walk freely.
I walk free and happy in a world needing release, acknowledging my role in awakening and freedom for everyone. I am connected to everyone and everything around me, and I reinterpret the world through pure formless awareness of perfect love, emphasizing the power of innocence and the path to complete recognition of my true self.
Okay, thoughts on that?
Well, we walk, once we're in this pure formless awareness, we walk freely and happily in this world that needs release. And acknowledging this to everyone, our freedom. but that we are all connected, everything around us, and we just need to interpret the world through the eyes of pure formless awareness of perfect love, and emphasizing this power of innocence.
Recognize that innocence is my strength, whereas sin is weakness.
Yeah. Do you want me to read that?
Yeah, read the key message.
I recognize that innocence is my strength, whereas sin is weakness. By accepting pure formless awareness of perfect love as the truth, I will experience peace and freedom. This allows me to perceive the world through the eyes of perfect love and acknowledge my role in awakening and freedom, while experiencing a deep connection with everyone and everything around me.
Okay. Thoughts on the key message?
Short and sweet. It gets to the point. Simple. You choose. You recognize your innocence and strength, or the other, sin and weakness. Yeah.
I experience a deep connection with everyone and everything.
Yeah.
So that's enlightened state is always a unity experience, that you feel connected, feel one with everyone and everything on a deep level.
Yeah.
A level much beyond form, and that's a pretty much a universal trait of enlightened beings through the centuries, that they all talk about this unity consciousness, that they have an awareness that they are not separate. They are one with whatever. The cockroach in Byron Katie's awakening experience. She woke up and this cockroach was crawling on her foot, and she said it was just like she looked at the cockroach and there was no judgment. She wasn't repulsed and, oh my God, you're a cockroach, and she just observed it in a state of pure formless awareness, no judgment, and somehow felt the oneness of herself with the cockroach. It wasn't like the cockroach was crawling on her. It was like she was the cockroach and the cockroach was her. And obviously you put it into words, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But yeah, that was her experience. That took her out of her egoic state. You know, she was really a mess. She was in a rehab place, a recovery place for women. She was addicted to prescription drugs and alcohol, and had been there for a couple of weeks, and had so little self-esteem that she was sleeping on the floor, even though she had a bed. She just didn't feel like she deserved to sleep on a bed. How's that? So she's sleeping on the floor, and then this cockroach crawls over, and I guess that was maybe what she needed. I guess the awakening was like just by perceiving a cockroach. Now most people go, "Oh my God, that's disgusting! Get it off and smash it, kill it." But a cockroach took her into an awakened state, which has absolutely changed her life, completely transformed from that very fearful, limited, really a mess. She was by her own admission. She was just a mess. Couldn't cope with life. To someone who became a teacher, world teacher, and an inspiration to many people, helping them to deal with their ego and overcome the darkness through the work process, which was beautifully simple. So these are the kinds of experiences that people talk about, that he's pointing us to. So connection, oneness, the sense of unity, sense of everything is innocent, everything is in grace. You see the light, everything just kind of shines with some kind of although it's not a physical light, there's a lightness of your perception, and that sort of infuses, everything with it. Whereas the ego is heavy and dark and feels, weighted down and heavy, and there's no light in it. Okay, so would you like to do a meditation to end the session?
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, it's interesting session.
Yeah, well, the first part, when you talked
That was
about
very relevant to my circumstances. Yeah.
Well, that's how it goes. And the more you do the course, you start. I mean, it's all relevant, but it seems uncannily so that you tend to get the message that you need.
You're allowing it to just come through. Yes. Well, for like Paul, Dave's son's just arrived there now, and he's actually knows what he's doing. He knows what the problem is. So that's interesting how he's all of a sudden there's another character come into the dream that is going to help. So
so maybe he'll sort it out.
Maybe. So I'm just doing as you say, just sitting there and let it all happen, and be and send peace and kindness to the man who's obviously not going to be very happy, who's tormented.
Yeah, I mean, anyone behaving like that is clearly not happy, and he doesn't know the way out.
No,
he's got lost in his ego, and he doesn't know the way.
Yeah,
and,
so
the ego's telling him that this is the only way to behave in a very aggressive, selfish way, and
bully
as much money as you can, and this will somehow work. Somehow bring him what he wants, and the truth is it won't. You never find happiness and satisfaction.
No.
So you can show him another way.
Yeah,
you can demonstrate to him another way of being in your interactions with him, which may just spark a change. Something comes in.
Yeah.
Well, who knows? But you just do what you do, and then that's up to
you. I'm just laying low at the moment. Just quietly letting it.
Nothing is wasted. Like there might come a time where he goes, "Oh, I remember that lady, and she didn't respond with the how I expected her to respond." He's expecting you to fight it, because that's what people do.
Yes.
Didn't respond that way. And so that's then an opportunity for him to learn another thought system.
Yeah. So it's
through your
at the moment I'm just laying low, just keeping quiet. Yeah. Feels the right thing to do at the moment.
Yeah. Just do the mental, emotional corrective.
Oh yes, which you sent that. I'll have a read of that tomorrow morning.
Correct it on the mind level.
Yeah.
Then you let the outcome be directed. You might not have to do anything.
Maybe.
It's so easy. It just happens. It's sorted.
Just let it unfold the way it's going to unfold.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe. If you need to do anything, you'll be guided.
Yeah. That's
so
the way I'm doing it.
Now, a lot of people go, when they hear this, well, I don't need to do anything. I need do nothing, says Yeshua, of course. And if you take that literally, someone will go, well, what? So I'm just going to sit around and do nothing? No, that's not. It doesn't mean it in that way. It says, I, separate self, need do nothing.
Yeah, I've got you.
Right? I might need to do something, but I'm guided by the Holy Spirit. So, but it's not the little I do it. And if I do it, it's guided. It's guided, directed. It's helping me and others in their plan of atonement. So the little self is no longer involved.
Yeah.
I need do nothing. He's trying to run the whole thing himself. The little self is in charge, trying to sort out the situation. And of course, making a hash of it, because that's what it does.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can show him another way. Find peace yourself.
Yeah.
All right, so when we meditate on this, just do it on the personalized executive summary.
Yeah, that's great.
Key paragraphs and the key message. So maybe I'll incorporate the lesson. We didn't do a meditation on the lesson as well. I'll incorporate some of the lesson just to make it a double whammy. Okay, so let's meditate on today's workbook lesson, this introduction to chapter 23. So just going somewhere where you're not going to be disturbed. Sitting comfortably, feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. And so you're breathing in. Notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench the sphincter muscle, the muscle used to contract the flow of urine, or squeeze the last drops out. You lock the energy in. You draw the energy up the spine into your heart center. Bring one hand on your heart to connect with your heart space. Then drawing it up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. So it's a maximal inhale breath. And just check in with your mind. So you scan your mind, noticing any thoughts, any emotions, any related body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. And you breathe into that. And just looking at any of those thoughts and emotions and reminding yourself that you choose today again between joy and pain. Yeshua says, and so again, I make the only choice that I can ever make. I choose between illusions and the truth, or pain and joy, or hell, the state of pure formless awareness. Victimhood and the state of pure formless awareness, which is what victimhood, what hell is. I let my gratitude to my teacher fill my heart. So just breathe in this powerful gratitude, a grateful heart is a loving heart. Feel it filling you up. And your heart center expanding. Put one hand in your heart to connect with your heart space. Remind yourself that I'm free to choose my joy instead of pain, my pure formless awareness in place of sin, the peace of perfect love instead of conflict, and the state of pure formless awareness, 4, a limited awareness of the world. And so with that choice, you just exhale. Blow it all out with the breeze of your breath. To the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining out. And you just rest, in this still, calm, peaceful state. And you just blow it all away. Pull the lower stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining out. And you just rest. In this still, calm, peaceful state of awareness in the light. Peace. And so just breathing in and out now, get into a nice deep, slow rhythm of the breath, breathing in through your nose and then out through your nose. Breathing in and breathing out. Stomach rises, stomach falls. And just observe the breath. Watch the breath, just stay in this calm, quiet, clear state of awareness. You're going to just read the personalized executive summary of introduction to chapter 23. So you breathe in as you listen to me reading, and then always hold the breath. And when I stop and I pause and you speak the words out loud, you can put one hand on your heart center to help you really connect. These words, say them as affirmations of the truth to the rhythm of your breath. So breathing in, maximum inhale breath, pause and hold as you listen to this first sentence, part of the first sentence. So in this introduction, I contemplate the relationship between innocence and strength. So repeat that as you exhale out through the nose. Contemplate the relationship between innocence and strength. Breathing in again. Pause, hold. Recognizing that innocence is true power. Whereas my belief in enemies and sin is a weakness. Recognize that innocence is true power. Whereas my belief in enemies and sin is a weakness. Breathing in again. I understand that the war against myself, which fear and attack rule my mind, will bring me confusion and suffering. When you exhale, repeat those words. Understand that the war in my war against myself, fear and attack rule my mind, will bring me confusion and suffering. Breathing in again. While walking innocently, through the world, and love offers me peace. Breathing in again. Breathe in this peace. Well, the peace of God, the peace of perfect love. Our translated language that surpasses all understanding. And so you draw the peace in to every pore, every cell. Every muscle, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. And the light of peace. Awareness of truth releases all my illusions of harm. Exhale as you speak those words. Breathe in again. The innocent shine in love. Freed from sin and fear. Breathe in again. Say, I commit to overcoming guilt and its trivial distractions. Keeping my focus on a higher purpose. I was free from littleness and sin. Breathing in again, maximum your breath. I'm determined not to let little things lead me into temptation. And I recognize my part in the extension of pure formless awareness. Ensuring that my innocence lights the way for everyone to find theirs. So feel this extension as you exhale. You're extending outwards. Innocence lights the way for everyone to find theirs. So, breathing in again. I walk freely and happily in a world needing release. Acknowledging my role in awakening and freedom for everyone. And again, I'm connected to everyone and everything around me. And I reinterpret the world through pure formless awareness of perfect love. Emphasizing the power of innocence and the path to complete recognition of my true self. Exhale on the truth of that. Rest here for a few moments, absorbing the truth of these profound words. Sinking inward, going deeper and deeper to the stillness and the silence. So the key message in this section, breathe in again. If you listen, is that I recognize that innocence is my strength, whereas sin is weakness. By accepting pure formless awareness of perfect love as the truth, I will experience peace and freedom. So breathe in the peace and freedom. Every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your beings, bathed in this light. Light is awareness. It's awareness of peace and freedom. And you feel a deep peace in your mind. This allows me to perceive the world through the eyes of perfect love. Exhale as you speak those words. Breathe in again. And acknowledge my role in awakening freedom. while experiencing a deep connection with everyone and everything around me. And so breathe in this peace, the joy, the freedom, the light of your true awareness. And you breathe it all in to every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. It's in the light of your true awareness. You experience now, real time, in the moment, a deep connection. So feel this freedom, feel the peace. Breathe it into every pore, your body, every cell, every muscle, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. It's in the light of this peace and freedom. And you're just going to stay there for a few minutes. There's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to see, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about at all. Just exhale it out. And you surrender in with the exhale into this state of deep peace and freedom. And blow it out, and you rest in this deep peace and stillness. For a few moments. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. You just breathe, relax, be still. Sink inwards to our own pure formless awareness of perfect love. State of mind without illusions. And just watch your breath as you sink deeper and deeper. Going deeper with each breath into the stillness, calm, quiet, peaceful. Inviting you in to go home. Go into your true room, to your true awareness. Or next. For minutes of deep silence. Any thoughts come in, seemingly disturbing peace. Breathe into them, look at them, breathe into them, breathe in the light of truth. Joy, remind yourself of today's lesson. I can choose the joy of God, the joy of perfect love instead of pain. And so breathe that joy in, infuse every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being with it. Maximal inhale breath, you're topped up with not just air, but this joy. Feel the frequency of joy. Makes you smile. And so you just let go of all these illusions, blow them away with the breeze of your breath. Dark cloud leaving you, it's going, gone. Follow the stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And in the gap between breaths, you rest in peace and stillness for a few minutes. Still, calm, quiet, peaceful silence. Gently coming back now. Just deep connected states into an awareness of the body and the breath, senses in the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Maximal inhale breath. You pause at the top of the inhale, hold the breath briefly. And scan your mind. There's any thoughts and emotions, related body sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way, shape, form. And just going to let it go. Just blow it out. Count to 2, exhale. Imagine you letting it all go like a black smoke, dark cloud leaving you. It's going, gone. Pull the stomach into the spine, expel last moving it out. And you rest in this stillness, calm, peace. Notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling with your hands touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. And notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state. State of mind without illusions. State of mind in which joy of God, joy of perfect love is replaced for pain. And you stay rooted in it. In this really peaceful, joyful feeling. You anchor that state in. Intention to stay there for the rest of the evening and on into the rest of the week. So it's said, so it's done. And help you do that. Practice today's lesson using breath break or meditation that I sent you. Or instructions in your Telegram and email message. Only about a minute. Keep you connected to this deep peace and joy and away from the ego's illusions of sin and guilt, fear, attack, thoughts, and so on. So it is said and so it is done. And now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just take a minute to look around. Just observing objects around you. It's very calm, peaceful, detached way. So no judgment of anything. Your eyes rest on any object for a few moments. Notice this underlying peace, this light that the section on the introduction talks about. The light that underlies everything, that infuses everything. Just here to whatever object you look at, and then look at another one. And close your eyes. Notice the light is still there. This awareness is still there. You open your eyes. Notice the awareness there. Look at half a dozen objects just for a few seconds at a time and notice this awareness is always there. It's never gone away. It's always underlying every sense perception that you have. It's just becoming conscious of it. I hope this meditation has helped you do, and help you stay in that connected state for the rest of the day. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and of today's extended session. Actually been connected for about 9 hours now. We did have a couple of hours break, but yeah, great session. So
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
thank you,
Sort of
Elaine.
dozing now, a bit dozy now, excuse me. A little bit
All right.
dozy. 9 hours?
Okay.
Gosh, you'll be feeling tired as well.
Well, I had a couple of hours break. But,
Right.
yeah, kind of get into after meditation is for a bit. So get up and move around a bit, and
Stretch. Yeah.
and
Get some fresh air.
I'll begin my nightly work to get your mature life for tomorrow. So that's how it goes.
So it'll go, innit? Oh goodness. Just as well you've got lots of energy.
Yeah, I seem to be all right. The inspiration of it. So
Yes, of course. That makes all the difference, doesn't it? Yeah. And the Holy
about
Spirit.
this material that yeah, well, I guess it's inspired me to do it and continues to inspire me to do it. Work
With the Holy Spirit.
hours, it's building something. We're creating this is creating a system that hopefully many people can use to really get to grips with the course and understand it.
Oh yeah. Well and truly deep dive. Yeah.
A deep dive into this profound teaching that is
Incredible.
life-changing.
Totally.
That's the mission, it's to make it accessible to many, many more people.
Yeah.
Which will happen in time. Working on ways of, next year I'll have more time to market it and more money as well. So,
of course.
And yeah, we need some more members. Really, it's crazy. There's only one person doing this.
It is. I mean, very fortunate for me, but I appreciate what you're saying. It's it needs to be out there to a wide audience. Yes, of course.
It'll make the sessions more interesting as well, because you can then have other people coming in.
Of course, yes. But I mean, it's all, yeah. I mean, on my behalf, one-to-one. Well, okay, that's great. But I appreciate both work well. Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah. So
sleep well, and I'll see you tomorrow.
You too.
We do an evening session tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Start at 5 o'clock. Is that all right?
That should be okay. 5 to 6. Yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
5
great.
to 6. What? Only.
Sorry, between 5 and 6, because we're going to Harrogate tomorrow.
Right.
So I'm not sure at what time exactly we'll be in, but we can't be too late because we've got 2 dogs. So it's not like we can be out all day.
Yes.
We do need to get back, but if it's 10 past 5 or whatever, that's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. Well, just join when you can.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so thank you to Elaine and John for joining the session. I hope you enjoyed that. If you're not a member, then join us this coming Sunday for a free masterclass. Join us in one of these live sessions. Get a taste of it. You can sign up to that below. There's a link to go register, and if you like the channel, subscribe. And hope to see you on the inside soon. Namaste, which means the joy in me acknowledges and honors that same joy in me.